are live and welcome to this. Let me start that over again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome as we are live to today's Atlanta full race NASCAR Cup Series live commentary stream, Echo Park Speedway, second race of the 2026 NASCAR schedule. We're fresh out of Speed Weeks in the running of the Daytona 500 1 week ago from where we are here today. And for this afternoon's race, we have for you another drafting oval racetrack. Slightly late start time to this one. I apologize for that. I had some obligations that I was doing prior to the start of the race today. Got home a little late, but we are live. We have a very abbreviated pre-race show to get through, and obviously in that, we will start off with our NASCAR Sporkle quiz, and that is because we do quizzes every NASCAR Cup Series race on the channel. This quiz we probably did last year, but it's going to be top 10 finishers all time at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Now, I do believe this is accounting for both races when they raced here more than once a year. Looking at it, nope, it is not. Let me see if it's the spring date or the fall date. Doesn't say. Last updated 2018. I think this is just going to be the spring race. It's really hard to tell because it's only got for one race per year. And obviously Atlanta had two races a year for a long time. Through the 2010s, it was only one. So maybe that means summer because they would race there in the springtime. I don't know. It's one race. We'll see what we can do. 20 minutes are going to be on the clock. We're going to try to do the best we can. Hopefully wrap this quiz up before the drop of the green flag for the start of this race. We'll obviously go through the starting lineup the closer we get. Make sure your fantasy lineups are locked in as well, because that is going to lock very, very soon. And actually, before we get this quiz started, I'm going to make sure I've got my lineup in, because I don't want to miss an opportunity. And scoring points this week on my KRC league. Let's see here. I think I'm going to keep most of the same team I had last week. You know what? Might as well just ride with it. Do have to get the head-to-head picks updated, so let me do that real quick. All right. Greetings to everybody in the chat. Thanks for staying tuned in here prior to the start of the stream. Bam Hall, Jackson Thomas, Connor Burke, Marcus Villarreal, Sue Brown, Steve, many others. Welcome to the stream, everybody. All right. 20 minutes on the clock. Let's get this going. All-time top 10 finishers at Atlanta. I don't know why I put Derek Cope first. I think it's because I was looking at the 90s, and I'm like, let's just do some 90s NASCAR drivers. Ernie Irvan, Harry Gant, Rusty Wallace, Earnhardt, of course, Allison. Is he not on here? Give me a second. Allison. Davey Allison not on the list. I would assume. See, I don't know if this is a spring or the fall race then. He wrecked out of the fall race. I don't know where he finished in the spring in 92. Ellen Kulwicki. Kulwicki. There we go. Allen's on here. Bill Elliott. It's going to be on here a ton. Elliott was the race winner. So 92, that race was the summer race. So maybe this is just the summer event for the years where it's all duplicated. Jeff Gordon. Some other 90s NASCAR drivers. Waltrip. Daryl's going to be on here through the 90s. What about Bobby Hamilton? Yes, he's on here in the 90s. Jimmy Spencer. Kenny Schrader. Joe Ruttman on here at all? Nope. Susie Compton. No. Robert Presley. Mike Skinner. Jeff Burton. So again, Kyle Petty. It's only on here once. Lake Speed. Trickle. Dick Trickle. Sterling Marlin. Ted Musgrave. Chad Little. Jeremy Mayfield, 99. I'm trying to start off in the 90s first. I see you guys putting some drivers more modern age, but I really want to try to get the 90s attacked first, and then we'll move into the 2000s. I think that's a better chance for us to get a perfect score here. Kenny Irwin, not on the list. Mark Martin, of course. Johnny Benson, 97. Jeff Bodine, 1990 winner. Jeff Green, maybe. Yep, 97. Dave Blaney. Nope. John Andretti. It's not on here. Labonte. Bobby Terry. Dale Jarrett. That knocked off quite a few just with those three names. I do have Ernie Irvin already. Morgan Shepherd. Yes, he's a multi-time Atlanta winner. Of course, he was a 90 winner. Okay, so I got that. Won at Atlanta 3 times. Ricky Rudd. So we need 10th place in 1990. Rick Mast. Nope. Marcus, no. Greg Sachs. Yes. Good poll. Good poll. That was the 10th in 1990. So we've got 90. We've got 91. 1992, 8th. 1993, 9th. And then we have a 95 9th. So we have 3 more in the 90s. And we still got 15 minutes on the clock, and we haven't even touched the 2000s yet. Obviously, some overlap with 90s into the early to mid 2000s. So we do have some, but that's more by technicality at this point. Bill Parsons. Yes. Okay, so we need 2 more names from the 90s. Top 10s at Atlanta is our quiz for this week. I think we can get a perfect score. I did try John Andretti already, and he's not on here. What about... No, he wouldn't have. Who am I missing? Like Ricky Craven? Dang it. Hensley. All right, Jimmy Hensley's won. 1995 and 97. We got an 8th place in 97, a 9th place in 95. I do have Jimmy Spencer already. Again, we're trying to get 90s first. Got 13 minutes. Because I know I can fill the 2000s up really quick. I lived through that era. 2000s, 2010s. I was born in 99, so I see here 95, 97. Like well, Neil Bonnet would have been more of the early 90s, so we already had that. And he wouldn't have popped up on here. Like Larry Pearson, for some reason, I was thinking like maybe 95. Who Hillen? Bobby Hillen Jr. All right. 1997 8. Hopefully nobody's Googling these, but it's been a few different. I do have Trickle already. 1997, 8th place. I think we can get 100% on this for the first time. Who have we not named? Robbie Gordon would have popped up on here with the Jeff Gordon answer, and then same with Michael Waltrip, because I did put Daryl Waltrip already. Steve Park? Dang it. Late 90s. Late 90s. This one could have maybe overlapped closer for me to. I do have Lake Speed already. Jerry Nadeau? I don't think so. I think he's on here, but that was 2000. I'm trying to think of 90s. Gotta get this 97. 1997. Buckshot Jones. No, he's not on here. Oh, Joe Nemechek. Maybe. It was Nemechek. Okay. I was thinking too hard on that one. All right. Now we can go into the 2000s. I think I just got to start naming anybody I can think of here. Ryan Newman. Casey Kane. Matt Kenseth. Jimmy Johnson. Trying to go 2000s first and then 2010s. Kind of go decade by decade here. So, Casey Mears on here at all? No. Let's try Reed Sorensen. Reed Sorensen's on here. Jamie McMurray. I've got Marlin already from the 90s. EJ Yaley's not on here. Let's go Tony Stewart. Denny Hamlin. Earnhardt Jr. would have popped on here with Dale Sr. Yeah, we've got the 90s all filled up, unless I skipped one for some reason. But I think we're done with the 90s. We've got about 9.5 minutes left. I get my brain back on track here. Brian Vickers. Like Mike Bliss. Guapel. Kurt Busch. Kyle Busch. Yeah, 230 of 290. Sauter on here at all? No. Montoya in 09. Sure, Ambrose is on here, but that's like 2010s. Already got him. Edwards. Biffle. Put David Reagan. Trevor Bain's not on here. Well, that was more 2010s. I do have a lot of the 2000s already. I need a third in 2001. Third place behind Labonte and Marlin in 01. Kevin Harvick. There we go. Yeah. Boyer. Right. Any more that we're missing? 2005, 10th place. All right, let me think about this. NASCAR 06. Who's in that game? Jack Sprague. No, that's a little later. Paul Menard. It's 2012. Allmendinger. Do have Chad Little already. See if the chats maybe put anybody that I didn't. I've got Biffle. We need a 4th in 2009. 2005, I need a 10th place finish. Got 25 names to go, just under 7 minutes. David Ruderman, maybe. That's 2009. Okay, so the only 2000s we need is 10th and 2005. Brennan gone. Dang. Thought I had a deep pull there for a second. 2005. Truex? Well, that's a lot in the 2010s. Regan Smith, that was a little later. Like Almirola was late, but he's on here. Danica Patrick for 2010s. Danica's on here, 6th in 2014. Larson, I'm sure, is on here. Bowman, no. About Wire, no, because it only goes to 2018. I tried him already. What about Suarez? Scott Riggs? Oh, no. Not Scott Riggs. Got Montoya already. Elliott Sadler. Yes, he was good on the 1.5 miles. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now we're into the 2010s. Got a 3rd place in 2012. 2017 winner. I remember Harvick in 18. 2017. And it's not anybody I've named yet. Who? Keselowski. Yes, I did not name him yet. I did not name Joey Logano yet. We got 2 left. Less than 5 minutes. We have an 8th place in 2015. Oh, I might have skipped one. Oh, and a 10th in 2016. Try like Chris Buescher. So we got a 8th in 2015. 2016, we have a 10th. Tried Regan Smith already. Who have I not named? There's no way. I think I spelled that wrong, but there's no way he's on here. Stenhouse. So Stenhouse 2016. Oh gosh, 2015 8th place. It's not Bell. Ryan Scott. I'll put it. Nope. We can get this, chat. Don't Google it. We cannot cheat. McDowell? I don't think so. I think his first top 10s here were in 2024 when I was pulling up his stat sheet. Like, that's why I'm trying to run down of when I was doing my stats for the race this weekend. Earlier in the week, I don't remember any active drivers back to this time, like of what we have now. So I'm trying to think back to like 2010s, like Moffitt, yeah, maybe. It was, wow, Brett Moffitt. Who said that in the chat? Robert Goodrich. I really hope you didn't Google that. I don't think I would have came across Brett Moffitt. Rookie of the year. It's like, you just imagine that he was handed the Rookie of the Year, but he actually did have a top 10 at Atlanta in 2015. I don't think I would have came up with that on my own. I'm not going to lie. I knew it wasn't somebody that was racing now because I didn't remember anybody else that I hadn't named. that was active, that was racing back in 2015. That had a top 10 that year. So, Brett Moffitt. Wow. That was a poll. Nice job. 100%. And we still had 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Our first 100% quiz of the season. Thank you, everybody, for playing along at home. And I'm glad we finished that up early because now we can get into the race itself with having a slightly later stream start time. They just got done with the national anthem a couple minutes ago. And I believe the command to fire engines is going to be relatively short from where we're at right now. Shout outs to those of you watching the stream. And I'm just going to run all the way back through this again because I don't know where I left off as far as shout outs to those of you watching. Ethan, thanks for tuning in. Austin Sullivan, Connor Burke, Bam Hall, Jackson Thomas, Marcus Villarreal, Sue Brown, Steve. Thanks for watching, everybody. Dean Tate, welcome in. YouTube playing hard to find you. Oh, well, here now. Yes. I'm here. Frank Powers, welcome to the stream. Earl Arnold Jr., thanks for playing along. Wayne Martin. Robert Goodrich, of course, coming in with clutch down the stretch. All right, awesome stuff, guys. Guys and gals playing along in fantasy. Playing along in, not fantasy, but in the, all right, let's see here. Let's go. Pulling up my stat sheet right now because the late start, I did not get it up on my phone before the start of the stream. We're going to roll through the starting lineup for today's race. And then I'll go through my prediction of who I think is going to win today's race immediately following that. Actually, we'll wait for the command to fire engines because I know I can let you listen into that at least before we get started. So I'll let you listen into the command and then we'll go through the starting lineup. Drivers are in their cars already. We should be getting the command any second here. And we'll be getting the green flag in about 10 minutes. Yeah, nice job, everybody. 100% on our quiz this week. Not a normal occurrence. Here's the command.
Quad 11. And to celebrate America's 250th anniversary, retired naval flight officer and aerospace engineer, Commander Charles Loving. Riley, start your engines.
Yes. Yes. Engines are fired in the Autotrader 400, about to be underway shortly. Here's your starting lineup for today's race. On the front row, the Daytona 500 winner from a week ago and two-time Atlanta track winner on the new facility, might I add. Joey Logano will make up row number 1 after qualifying was rained out yesterday morning. In row number 2 will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who has 4 top 10 finishes in his last 5 Atlanta starts, and a two-time Atlanta winner at his home track, Chase Elliott. Another two-time winner, Brad Keselowski, on the inside of row 3. He's actually going to be my prediction to win today's race alongside Zane Smith. And row number 4 will be Chris Buescher, who has the best finish of 7th place at Atlanta twice, and Riley Herbst. In row number 5, Bubba Wallace alongside of Josh Berry. Berry won a stage last season, led over 50 laps. In row 6 will be Noah Gragson and the 2024 spring race winner, Daniel Suarez. In row number 7, two-time Atlanta winners for both William Byron and Kyle Busch. Busch on the old Atlanta surface and Byron on the new. Carson Hocevar and Kyle Larson both in the top 3 in last year's spring race will be in row number 8, runner-up for Carson Hocevar and third for Larson in that event. In row 9 will be Ty Dillon and Cody Ware. Ware ran the Xfinity Series race yesterday, double duty for him this weekend. And in row 10, rounding out the top half of the field, A.J. Allmendinger, who's got a best Atlanta finish of 3rd in 2023 summer event, And Michael McDowell is the two-time pole sitter, both races in 2024. He also finished top 10 in both events that year as well. In row number 11, Ross Chastain is a two-time runner-up both in 2022, and Ryan Blaney, the 2021 Spring Race Atlanta winner. Alongside, or behind them, I should say, will be Eric Jones and John Hunter Nemechek making his 6th Atlanta start. That was row 12. Row 13 will be Ty Gibbs making his 7th Atlanta start alongside Ryan Preece, who had a fast hot ride at Daytona on a drafting oval last week. Should be quick again this weekend. Cole Custer is going to line up in the inside of row 14 as he is going to be in making his 6th new Atlanta start, and Shane Van Gisbergen making his 4th start at the racetrack. The 2012 Atlanta winner Denny Hamlin on the inside of row number 15 alongside Austin Cindric, who is a 4-time stage winner at Atlanta, looking for his first race win here. Connor Zilic making his 2nd Atlanta start, finished in 11th last summer, and Christopher Bell won this race a season ago. Austin Dillon has no Atlanta top 10s on the new surface, looking for his first today, starting deep in the field inside of row 17 alongside Chase Briscoe, who's also looking for his first Atlanta top 10. And row 18 will be Todd Gilliland, who has the best Atlanta finish of 15th, and Alex Bowman, who's finished 3rd here twice. And in row 19, rounding out the field, is going to be BJ McLeod, who finished 16th last summer, and JJ Yaley, who has the best Atlanta finish. He was 7th in the 2023 summer race. And that was with New York Racing, the team he's racing with here this weekend. So thanks to all watching today's race and our live commentary stream. We've been on the air for a little less than 25 minutes. Cars are out on the racetrack, and we're going to get the green flag dropped here shortly. Dakota Rooster, thanks for tuning in, taking Kyle Busch for the win. Yep, I'm going to take Brad Keselowski for the race win today. I like Brad. The RFK boards, in my personal opinion, looked the fastest of any last weekend in Daytona, and Brad, with a top 5 finish, was the only one to really survive the carnage for the most part, leading into that final home stretch in the last lap or so to get that top 5 and be in contention for the win there. I took his teammate Buescher for the win last week. He finished 7th. If the RFK Fords could get together, I think they could pull a line very well here at Atlanta. We've seen that in the past. Brad is a runner-up at Atlanta on this new surface twice, and he's a winner on the old track twice. So give me Brad Keselowski for today's win. So roll with the RFK boys back-to-back to start the season. I'll take a 7th, and I'm going to be keeping track of my average finish this year for who I'm taking for the race win, as well as how many race wins I get correctly. So one race into the season, 7.0 average finish with my race win predictions, with Buescher finishing 7th last week, and obviously one top 10 of the year as well. Talking with Tyler Reddick on the pre-race.
Day of going racing. One I have the most fun for sure. Nobody does it better. Good luck out there. Take care.
Emogene Blevins, thanks for tuning in. Kind of tuned in a little bit late there into that interview.
Now, row number 2, Ricky Stenhouse. Last week swept up in the 500. And Chase Elliott, who has the best average finish of all drivers on the new Atlanta configuration. Here's Jamie Little.
And Chase Elliott came within 50 yards of winning his first ever Daytona 500 last week. But after that hard crash and the broken heart, he returns here to his home track of Atlanta. Place that he won here, by the way, last June. I talked to Alan Hutchinson, his crew chief. He was really happy with the way the new Chevrolet body was at the draft last week, and he's very confident they'll have that same feel in front of the hometown crowd.
Row number 3, we have Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith, who had a great run in the Daytona 500 last week. Row 4, we've got Chris Buescher and Riley Herbst with his career best finish of 8th last week. Row number 5, number 23, Bubba Wallace. And on his outside, 21, Josh Berry. Row number 6, number 4, Noah Gregston. And on his outside, Daniel Suarez. Row 7, William Byron has 2 wins here in Atlanta. And Kyle Busch, who won the truck race yesterday. Row number 8, Larson Hocevar, who finished right behind Kyle Busch in the trucks. And Kyle Larson, 3rd in this race last year. Here's Regan Smith.
Well, what a week it was in the Daytona 500 for Carson Hocevar. The always unapologetically aggressive driver found himself leading at the white flag. Unfortunately, that went south about 200 yards later when he found himself going the wrong way. He and the team don't feel like today is the exact kind of day that they can go out and get Carson's first win on a track where that aggression is going to have to be tamed at just the right times. And he has been doing that as of late.
Row number 9, welcome North Carolina's Ty Dillon and Cody Ware. Row 10, A.J. Allmendinger, and Michael McDowell.
Row number 11, he has 2 runner-up finishes with Atlanta since the repaved Ross Chastain. On his outside, keep an eye on him, Ryan Blaney. Josh? Will you be hard-pressed to find someone with more consistent quality finishes than Ryan Blaney at Atlanta, who won here before the repaved in 2021, and since then he has 6 top 10 finishes in the last 7 races this year. 4 of those in the top 5. But last fall, they did have their struggles. I talked to the team earlier today, and they told me, yes, they had to tweak their approach, reevaluate how they approach this race, given how this track is evolving. They start 22nd, so they have some work to do, but don't be surprised that that 12 car is in contention once again late in this race.
Thanks, Josh. The rest of our starting grid will be there on the pylon on the left, and a lot of stars in the back. We have trouble at Daytona. Let's take a closer look at the block-off plate. With our Richie, we're in the front. Mike, aerodynamics is so important at a high-speed track like Nickel Park Speedway. Now, most things related to aero are over the body of the race car or underneath the car. But one element as far as aero in this Gen 7 car, you really can't see. It's in the front end of the race car. Let's go to our Toyota Camry getaway car, and let's take a look at exactly what this piece does. Now, air flows through the grill movement and actually flows in 8 different areas. The duct up top lets air go to the air box with the throttle valve. Air to the actual engine, but the rest of the air then goes through the radiator and the oil cooler, and that's where it goes to what we call the radiator block-off plate. Now, the teams have a choice on what type of configuration they can actually run. Now, the car on the right, that's the qualifying block-off plate, much smaller roads. The car on the left, that would be like they're going to run today. This is a race radiator block-off plate. Much bigger. So what is the difference in these 2 block-off plates? For qualifying, it's about 1 lap. Get the air to that throttle body. More horsepower. But in race trim on the left side, it's more about getting the air out those good loopers that gets air to the rear forward, much better for handling. Even though this is the fastest car to have track conductivity, Kevin, you said it, it's about handling, and you also have to think about cooling. You will be out there in one big pack. Well, it definitely is a balance here to be able to get the car where it will handle but have the speed that it takes to be able to push, to be able to lead the race and keep up with some of the cars that may have that advantage from a speed standpoint. So today, as a driver, I always wanted that car to handle good, but sometimes, Clint, that might be too slow.
Well, that's exactly what you're trying to balance, but I'm telling you, we see.
All right, enough of them. Onwards for me now, as we are about to get the drop of the green flag to begin today's not Better Health 400. That was last year's Atlanta race. The Autotrader 400 for this year's Atlanta race. This is already going to be the 5th year that we've seen races on this newly resurfaced Atlanta, the 9th race total because of 2 races a year. First couple of spring races here were 500 miles. This is 400 miles, as will the summer race later this year will also be. Our stage splits today will be 60, 100, and 100 to take us all the way to the end. We will not have to pit for fuel or tire purposes in this first stage. It will be flat out. Might see a little bit of fuel saving going on in stages 2 and 3. H. Holiday, Garrett B. Welcome to the stream as well. Terry Lewis, thanks for tuning in. Sharitha Cooper, AJ Summers as well. All right. Currently on their graphics are showing pit road issues here at Atlanta in recent years. More narrow pit road than that of Daytona. And with a pack race, you're going to see most cars on the lead lap. So in the event of any cautions, you're going to see pretty much the entire field come down into the pits at once. Pit road is narrowed by about 10 feet in diameter from 42 feet to 32. Michael Jordan back at the track again this weekend in Atlanta, seeing if his team could go 2 for 2 to start the year. 20 to 40 mile an hour wind speeds today. You thought Daytona last week was bad. It's just as bad, if not worse. And the only difference is the temperature as well has dropped. For last week in Daytona, upper 60s today, highs at 50 degrees. And by the end of this race into the nighttime skies, you're going to see the highs at the end of the race right around the low to mid 40s. So very, very cold, especially with that wind here in Atlanta, Georgia. It does not feel like summertime. It is winter after all, and much of the U.S. in the upper northeast, the Midwest, getting hit with some snow this weekend. I'm getting a few inches myself here If you're bunkered in for the day, welcome. This is NASCAR only channel or racing only channel. We do live commentary streams every weekend for Truck, Xfinity, Cup races, O'Reilly Series, obviously now, but Cup races, Cup practice, and qualifying. Yesterday, qualifying got rained out. There was no practice session this week, so this is the first time these Cup cars have been on track for this race today. And as for the O'Reilly and truck races this weekend, Friday afternoon into nighttime, they had qualifying, so they at least got to make a lap. But now, for these guys, their first lap is going to be at speed and racing in a pack of 38 cars. The main lead, thanks for tuning in. Been exciting all weekend. Yes, it has. Yeah, we've seen some great races all weekend so far. Had a lot of fun calling the action with you guys. Dale Campbell, welcome into the stream. Our like goal for today is going to be to get to 100 likes. We are at 40 right out of the gate, so thank you all for that. 45-mile-per-hour speed limit. In turns 3 and 4 on the bigger part of the oval, it's 90 miles per hour, 45 when you get to the commitment line closer to the entrance of pit road. Fuel window is 70 to 74 green flag laps, again with only 60 in stage 1. They will not have to pit for fuel or tire purposes. This has been one of the more fun races at the Atlanta Motor Speedway with this new next-gen era. We will see if today's will match up to the hype. Green flag in the air. The Daytona 500 winner Tyler Reddick has led us to the green, and the field rumbles their way into turns 1 and 2. Wins, and I think car handling and overall is going to be very difficult most in this first stage until we get to the end of the 60 laps or caution, whatever happens first. A lot of the drivers on the truck race yesterday were struggling with handling in that first stage. A lot of them very loose. Ambient temperatures are down about 20 degrees from where they were yesterday, but the wind's way, way higher. Joey Logano, despite starting second, leads the opening lap of the race. Reddick stayed to the inside on the front stretch, but Logano had the bumper out in front. Slingshot move into turns 1 and 2, and Reddick has the lead off the exit of the corner and down the back straightaway. Pulling away with the cars drafting up close behind him. Stenhouse to the inside of Logano for second, as Logano not able to take control of the race early on. It'll be the 45 of Reddick who will lead lap 2. Lap time's just over 30 seconds for all these leaders. 2 and 3 wide, obviously most of the way through the pack. Very little 3 wide. Logano now making a pass out into turns 1 and 2, not wasting any time getting back by Tyler Reddick. Logano's a guy who likes to lead a lot of laps on super speedways. He wants to be the front runner, so if he's sitting in second place, you can't imagine it's going to be for long. He's going to try to take himself to the front as quickly as he can. He led the most laps in both of his race wins here in the next-gen era, so if he is going to go for the win here today, he might have to lead the most as well. And Tyler Reddick is not letting him get away from that. Logano leads lap 1, lap 3. Reddick led lap 2, and in turns 1 and 2 makes the pass for the lead again there. I believe that there is a tailwind down the front stretch and headwind on the back straightaway, so the passes into turn 3 not going to be as likely as turn 1. And that's why we've seen a lot of these gigantic gains in the draft on the front stretch, and why we've seen those slingshot moves between Reddick and Logano in these first handful of laps. 4 lead changes in the first 4 laps already, and all between the 45 and the 22. While Stenhouse and Elliott have been battling for third back and forth as well, just behind them. Carson Hocevar, who was a runner-up in the truck race yesterday and also leading on the final lap of the Daytona 500 and runner-up in his dual race last week at Daytona, off to a pretty hot start this season with these drafting ovals. Led some laps even in the clash at Bowman Gray Stadium at various points in the second half of the race. So, quick out of the gate for Spire Motorsports in that 77 car specifically, trying to have a good jump on points to start the year so they don't have to dig themselves out of a hole. Logano did not make the pass back and forth with Reddick on lap 5. Reddick led consecutive laps for the first time today, but at the end of lap 5, it'll be Joey Logano out in front after he took the lead on the 6th lap of the race down in turns 1 and 2. Brad Keselowski in the RFK Ford, who started a couple rows back, is charged to the front of the field quietly. He's to the inside of Reddick now for second. Logano up to block the high side, and here comes Brad Keselowski to the bottom into turns 1 and 2. He gets blocked by Logano down on that yellow line. Holds on to the lead for now. Most positions gained of any driver, 10 spots for Briscoe already in these first 7 laps. Most spots gained. Jojo, welcome into the chat. Ryan Blaney on the move, starting deep in the field because of that 27th place finish for him in the 500 last week. Trying to get up there with his Penske teammate who started on the front row. Metric system, when qualifying is washed out, is made up of your fastest lap from the week before, as well as where you are in owner standings, driver standings, and the prior race finish. So with obviously having the first race of the year, a lot of the drivers that finished at the back likely behind in points as well. And a lot of big names starting deep in the field. 3 of the 4 JGR Toyotas. Mentioned about Ryan Blaney already. Kyle Larson started in the back half of the pack. It's going to be fun to watch them trying to move forward in this first stage. Blaney's up a bunch already as he goes for 12th on Bubba Wallace. 3 wide to the inside. Carson Hocevar now and William Byron are the 2 cars he's trying to pass. Blaney led a ton in the spring race here last season. Tight for Hocevar off turn 4. Blaney will concede the spots and he will probably stay on the bottom lane, it looks like. Behind the 77 into turns 1 and 2. A lot of side-by-side racing in the draft. Joey Logano's controlled both lines of the racetrack, blocking top and bottom when he can. And because they're side-by-side for second and not able to break free of one another, a little side drafting going on between Keselowski and Reddick, the blocks are a little bit easier for Logano to make to try to hold on to this lead. 10 laps in out of 60 in stage 1. 260 lap race entirely for 400 miles. Our scheduled distance today. 5 lead changes already. Logano has led the most. Reddick has led for a few laps. Those are the only 2 different leaders so far. Ford has won 11 of the last 16 stages at Atlanta. Little track back. 1,112 laps led in those 16 races combined as well. Joey Logano has accounted for over 300 laps led on the new next-gen Atlanta alone, which is definitely over a full race worth. Logano has led more laps than any other driver at the new Atlanta. So no surprise to see him out in front here. And again, he led the most laps in both of his race wins here between the fall race, summer race of 2024 and when he won the spring race in 2023. William Byron also led the most laps and he won here in the spring race of 2022. So leading a lot does equate to good finishes more often than not. And obviously victory lane for a few of them. We've also seen the pole sitter win this race 3 times. Byron, Elliott, and Logano have each had a win from the pole at New Atlanta, and they also, of those 3, each have 2 wins apiece. The other single wins on the New Atlanta Speedway was Christopher Bell last spring. And in the 2024 spring race, that 3 wide finish to the line, Daniel Suarez was able to get his second career cup victory. Top 10 in the running order here in stage 1 shows Joey Logano in the lead, Brad Keselowski in second, Tyler Reddick third, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. fourth, Josh Berry in fifth, Chase Elliott is in 6th, 7th for Riley Herbst, Zane Smith 7th, William Byron in Riley Herbst 7th, Zane Smith in 8th, then William Byron 9th, Carson Hocevar rounds out the top 10. Mike G, thanks for tuning in. Got over 100 people in the chat already. Our like goal is going to be 100 for today's stream. We've hit our like goal for every cup race stream so far this season between the Daytona 500, the dual races, qualifying for the 500, and the Clash. So let's try to go 5 for 5 here this weekend and get to that like goal again here today. We're almost halfway there already. I think we could easily get to 100 likes. Joey Logano in the 22 car has led consecutively now for almost 10 laps. And for that amount of time, Keselowski and Reddick have been 1-2. Sure, if Brad can take the lead, he will, but also if he can get single file with Joey Logano and he can get 2 Fords to kind of control the pack, I think he'll do that as well. Josh Berry in the 21 has followed Keselowski towards the front of the field. So you got 3 Fords on the bottom lane here down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. mismatch of manufacturers up high with Reddick and Stenhouse, Toyota, Chevrolet. Lots and lots of racing to go here at Atlanta. Just getting things started, barely over 10 minutes into the race. Keselowski was able to get to the outside, but it wasn't in second. It was actually third place on Tyler Reddick. Pulls out of line after trying to make a run at the end of the back straightaway to get back to the inside of Tyler Reddick again. He's still got Josh Berry behind him, but there are no more cars in the bottom lane inside the top 10. So they might start losing ground, and maybe not after all, because Tyler Reddick from second is tired of sitting there, and he'll take the lead back into turns 1 and 2 yet again. Third different time Reddick has been able to lead today, and now Joey Logano and Keselowski will duel it out for the second position. With how many points that are awarded to the race winner with the new updated points format, winning still means a lot. Consistency obviously means a ton, more so now than what we've probably seen in the last 10 to 12 years, but getting a race win values so much. 55 points. It's a 15-point split in finishing position. That's basically 15 positions in the normal field difference between first and second, let alone the fact that if you score stage points on top of that, you could score as many as 75 points in a single race. If second place, for whatever reason, kind of has a struggling start to qualify deep in the field, and they don't get any stage points, you can now score second place by as much as 35 points. That is a lot. And if Reddick can get the jump winning these first 2 races of the year, that is just, I mean, that's setting himself up great to try to go for that regular season championship, something he was able to do 2 years ago in the Cup Series. Allowed him to get to the championship 4. This year, with no round-by-round playoff format, he's going to have a 25-point lead over second place. And then, obviously, all the way back to 16th, he's going to be 100 points up on him. Or for whoever, obviously, ends up winning that regular season championship at the end of race 26, which would be the Summer Daytona event. 1999 Subaru, thanks for tuning in. 60 likes now. Almost halfway through stage 1 already, with it only being 60 laps. It's definitely going to fly by, and it has. With Tyler Reddick out in front right now, he's got no other Toyotas anywhere around him. None of them are in the top 10 other than our race leader, Tyler Reddick. And you have to go all the way back to Bubba Wallace in 15th before you find another Toyota. Oddly enough, it's a teammate of his at 2311 Racing. The first JGR Toyota in the running order is all the way in 22nd. That would be Chase Briscoe. He started deep in the field. He moved up 10 positions pretty quickly. He's now up 12 spots, but still kind of mired in the back half of the pack. Biggest mover of the race so far, Alex Bowman up 15 positions from 36th to 21st. Connor Zilic up 13 spots. The rookie is in 18th after starting in 31st. 17 spots gained for Austin Cindric in the Penske Ford. He started 30th. More positions gained than any other driver for him as he sits 13th. Brad Keselowski trying to take over his first race lead as he is on the inside of our leader, Tyler Reddick. Reddick will lead this lap at the line. A quick side draft by Keselowski. No, Brad Keselowski did get him. First lap led for Bad Brad. 1700ths of a second he was out in front of Reddick by. 7 lead changes already in these first 25 laps. We had over 60 in the Daytona 500 a week ago. We might have more here today. 60 more laps, but mileage-wise, we have 100 less miles, so that'd be pretty impressive if we're able to beat that mark. Again, off to a fast start. So now 3 different drivers have led. Keselowski has led for consecutive laps now, as he still has not been able to get clear of Tyler Reddick, though. Side-by-side commercial break on your local Fox affiliate, which is where you can watch today's race. Big shove from Josh Berry to the back of the 6, and now Keselowski's clear into turns 3 and 4. Will slide up. Josh Berry now on the exit of turn 4 moves down underneath. But Brad will hold on to the lead because Reddick is going to push him on the front straightaway, And Berry didn't have any help. He probably had 3 or 4 car lengths back to William Byron, who was the next car behind him on the inside once Keselowski moved up in front of the 45 and was able to pull clear in the middle of that turns 3 and 4 area of the track. And he got help from a fellow Ford before that to be able to pull that maneuver off. A lot of jostling for position. Middle of the pack is definitely not somewhere you want to be on a super speedway. That's the hornet's nest, if you will. And here at Atlanta, no different. A lot harder to run 3 wide. This track far more narrow than that of a Daytona or a Talladega. You're not going to see rows and rows of 3 wide here, despite the drafting oval that it is in its current form. Ryan Blaney in the top 10 for the first time today. Up to 8th. Austin Cindric up 21 positions, right behind him in 9th. Tyler Reddick back and forth to get to the lead, passing Keselowski. So hard to hold on to the lead for a long period of time. Even harder when it gets single file behind you versus double wide. Double wide, it's hard to get that draft effect one over another because of the side drafting going on with the car underneath or above you, but very easy to get that pole as Keselowski does out of the end of the front stretch here. Was going to go all the way to the bottom, but Chase Elliott was kind of in his way. Was able to get by Tyler Reddick. Reddick having a loose moment through the center of 1 and 2 as he tries to regather, and does. And a great move by Elliott as well to get to the inside of the 6 before Keselowski was able to make that charge up the middle, get by Reddick, because Elliott was practically clear of the 45 car as well. Problems for Carson Hocevar. He's off the pace.
Fox, where Reddick, Steve and George's favorite son, Chase Elliott, had been running 3 wide and trading the lead back and forth. Kozlowski on point for now. And take a look at 77. What happened here?
Well, we've seen him be super aggressive, but it looks like he either got tight right there or he thinks he's got a tire going down, because after this, he went all the way to the back of the pack. So either he had something going down with a tire right there, or just got the bad spot and pushed up into the fence.
Regan?
What, just to add what you guys are talking about with the 77 of Carson Hocevar. He thinks he's got a flat right front tire. Came on the radio. Unfortunately, he missed pit road that first time around. Did you see him on the apron trying to limp his way around right now?
Yeah, it is just such a long way. There it is. Yeah, you see that right front down and the scuff marks from the wall right there. But it's such a long way around. I mean, you're going to be 2 or 3 laps down by the time you get this tire changed.
Man, he hit it pretty hard that second time. Now you're worried about a toe leak and other things. This is hopefully not detrimental for him. That was the pit, Kevin.
Well, I'm sure that Larson. I picked Larson to win this race in the pre-race show, and you said you were off of Larson, so maybe you're the jinx, bud.
Got the Hocevar back out. He's going to lose 2 laps. Lot drivers had to start in the back because of Daytona 500 ills. Austin Cindric up 21 spots. Alex Bowman 18. Lowder Zillich 17. Chase Briscoe 14. And Ryan Blaney 13 spots gained since the start of this race. We've been green for all 33 laps. You can't keep a good man down. Austin Cindric is very good at this super speedway race and has been strong here. Was a big.
Oh,
look out.
Right there up the racetrack.
Car took off on him. I think you're starting to see handling starting to happen now, Kevin.
It really, like I've been talking, that tight condition, if you get too far in the corner, then it pushes that tight to the middle of the corner. But you can also get into a really bad spot where that thing just won't stop until you slow way down.
So here's Josh Berry in the mix, battling for the lead with Logano's 22 and the 45 of Reddick.
And we've heard a lot of talk before this race about what the Fords were going to do. We heard a lot of chatter about the Ford trying to transition a little more to handling and take some of that speed that they had in their car in the past races. Because in the past, when they would get shuffled to the middle of the pack, their handling would get so bad they couldn't work their way back up. So they had a little bit of speed to give, in my opinion, on these styles of racetrack, and you're seeing them control the race right now. Regan?
Well, Kevin, that's exactly what I talked to Paul Wolf about this morning, was what they would do with the car if they needed to make any significant changes compared to the last time here. And he highlighted that drivability. He said, we want to be able to let Joey make the moves and maneuver the way he wants to. And as you see, He's able to do that so far today. Not a word on the radio about the handling of the car. Josh?
Well, for Kyle Larson, the numbers don't tell the full story. If you look at it, just one top 10 and 8 starts on the new Atlanta, 5 DNS for that 5 car. But I talked to McDaniels this morning, and he said, what you don't see with that is how competitive we have been in these races here in Atlanta. You come down to the end of these races, we've been in it. We've just been caught up in someone else's laps who's been running right in front of us when we've had chances to win. Third place finish here last spring. They said, yeah, we have to evolve with the track, with the setup. But this team has been competitive, and we need to keep doing that. We're seeing that today. He's up from 16th now to 11th.
Thanks, Josh. Let's check with Larry on today's fuel strategy, sponsored by Zero Carbon Bioethanol. Yeah, Mike, if you've not run a lot of laps and the cost comes out, absolutely, fuel only is a good option. Especially, I'm thinking of final stage. I go back to last year's race, Chris.
Yeah, tires are going to matter a lot more here at this new Atlanta than what they would have on a Daytona versus last week, or Talladega nowadays as well. We've seen grip become very, very big. There were a lot of drivers in both the truck and O'Reilly races yesterday who would pit because of late cautions, be able to drive their way through the field a lot quicker on fresher tires versus those on old. And even last year's race, for instance, Ryan Blaney went for a spin off the front of Carson Hocevar's front bumper in 4 laps, goes from the tail end of the lead lap to getting a top 5 finish. And I do think that is going to be something to watch for towards the end of these stages, end of the race later. Drivers trying to stay out, keep that track position, fresh tires, and grip is going to matter so much here at this new Atlanta. And especially in the daylight hours, you'll probably see even more of that than in the nighttime as the track temps begin to cool. But with the wind and handling already being an issue, it's going to become more and more of a problem as the tires start to age. You're going to want to take fuel only during green flag pit stops as much as you can, because you're just going to lose too much time. And even under caution, you're going to lose a lot of positions, but a lot easier to get that back maybe on a restart under caution circumstances than what we would under green. Again, no green flag stops in stage 1 because of the stage length of 60 laps, but we will have to see a pit stop at some point during the second and third stages if we get long enough green flag runs, and those pit stops would likely come in the final 20 laps or so, just very similar to how we had things last week at Daytona, the couple times we had green flag pit stops, especially at the end of that race. How much fuel saving is going to go on with that? I don't think you're going to see as much here compared to those other tracks, because it's already a little bit of off throttle time, especially in the middle of the pack, because handling matters. You just kind of have to set the car a little bit. That's where he gets so many huge runs here, because even the leader at times will have to lift because of his car getting a little out of shape, and the pack not far behind utilizing the draft. They're able to get up there quickly. Slingshot moves at the abundance. Billy Kramer, welcome into the stream. Thanks for the chat taking care of the bots. We had a lot during the Daytona 500 last week, and probably going to have that all season long with these cup races. It's kind of strange, though, because we don't get it for the other series, but we've gotten those for these cup races this year. Thank you for doing all the fine work. Thanks to all watching this stream. Our goal to get to 7,000 subscribers on the channel is nearing. We came into the weekend 79 away, and we are now only 59 away. So we've had 20 over the last 24 hours or so since the truck race started yesterday afternoon. So let's see if we can get that up to 7K here by the end of this stream. That'd be awesome. Current running order. We'll go through the entire thing as we have about 16 laps to go. In this stage, Joey Logano leads, Chase Elliott in second, Josh Berry third, Tyler Reddick fourth, and Kyle Larson is fifth. Sixth is Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace seventh, Zane Smith eighth, William Byron ninth, and Noah Gragson rounds out the top 10. Connor Zilic in 11th, Ryan Blaney 12th, Kyle Busch 13th, Michael McDowell 14th, and Brad Keselowski 15th. 16th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ty Gibbs 17th, 18th is Ross Chastain, Tris Busher 19th, and Alex Bowman 20th. Christopher Bell, 21st. Daniel Suarez, 22nd. AJ Allmendinger, 23rd. 24th for Riley Herbst. Ty Dillon is 25th. 26th for Denny Hamlin. Austin Dillon, 27th. Chase Briscoe, 28th. Shane Van Gisbergen, 29th. And John Hunter Nemechek is 30th. Cody Ware, 31st. Todd Gillen, 32nd. 33rd, Ryan Preece. 34th, Cole Custer. And BJ McLeod, 35th. 36th, JJ Yaley. Eric Jones, 37th. And now 2 laps down, Carson Hocevar in 38th. And actually, he has just gotten his lap back. He's 1 lap down now. He's the only car off the lead lap. So in the event of Carson Hocevar being the only car lap down at the end of the stage, he will get back on the lead lap. So that is why he's trying to race with these leaders at the front of the pack. So that way he has a chance to go for stage points in stage 2 and obviously have a shot to ultimately get back into the race on the lead lap. He was running mid-pack when he had a flat right side tire after getting into the wall a lap or two prior. Made that unscheduled pit stop. He's back off and running. He cycled into the front of the pack. Chase Elliott is a leader, right in line behind Hocevar at the front of the pack. Ross, thanks for tuning in. Yes, go Blaney. Go Blaney. He was up in the top 10 for a bit. I think at the commercial he was running around 6. Now he's out of the top 10. Connor Zilic has done a fantastic job working his way into the top 10. He is up 21 positions since the start of the race. Taking notes upon the pit box yesterday for Junior Motorsports, of course, where he ran full-time in the Xfinity Series last season. Cindric still up over 20 positions as well from the start of the race, 22 spots gained for him. Bell's 16. We were talking about Blaney. Blaney in 11th, up 11 positions from the start. Chase Elliott's got somebody to draft off of with Carson Hocevar, and I think he can kind of help himself by staying in line and keep Carson on the lead lap here. Keeping that draft up is going to help, though. He might get a bit tighter in the corners, which could allow for anybody to try to make a move to the bottom if they can get their pull to the inside down to that white line, one of which is Bubba Wallace in the 23, who goes for second on his teammate Tyler Reddick. And Joey Logano right in line behind Wallace. Side-by-side commercial break as they'll be coming on 11 laps to go at the line. Elliott will buck draft and push Carson Hocevar out ahead. Hocevar may work well for Chase Elliott. Elliott scoring a ton of points in the season opener at Daytona as well. When you consider the fact that he was up in contention for the win, obviously until the final couple hundred feet when he got passed by Reddick for the race victory. Scored a lot of stage points that day, and he won his dual race at Daytona as well. So he's up there in the standings. Right, the overall points leader. I think Elliott was second coming in. And as for Chase Elliott, he is now looking for a stage win here at his home track in Atlanta the very next week. Joe Rochester, Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning in. Rochester going for driver number 12 as well. Awesome to see. Awesome to see. Our like goal is at 100 for today's stream. We're at 72 already here in stage 1. Thank you, everybody, for hitting that like button. You can vote for who you think is going to win the race in the chat poll as well. Your voting options are between Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott, and Ryan Blaney. Those were my personal 3 favorites for the win. My pick was Brad Keselowski. He only has 8% of your votes, 32% for Chase Elliott, 14% for Blaney, and somebody other than those 3 at 46%. 85 votes have been casted. You have until the end of stage 2 to make your voice heard. And I'll probably do another chat poll for stage 3, depending on how the race is going up to that point, and maybe shuffle up who you think is going to win, and we'll see how that will stand until the closing laps. Just like we did last week with the Daytona 500. We'll have a diecast showing at the end of stage 2 as well. That will be at lap 160 of 260. And stage 1, again, we have about 7 laps to go this time by. Chase Elliott's led for a while. He's got some help at the front of the field now. His teammate Kyle Larson shuffled his way up to second, and William Byron, who's been in the back half of the top 10 most of stage 1, is now up to 4. Carson Hocevar going to get lapped at the hands of Elliott and Larson. Now, Larson, I should say Hocevar, if he's 2 laps down, can still get the free pass with nobody else in the lead lap, but he would only get 1 of his 2 laps back. So then he would have to get another caution or wait till the end of stage 2 to get back on the lead lap, assuming nobody else falls off, which is not going to be all that likely, especially if we have green flag pit stops for somebody speeding on pit road or something of that nature. That could end up happening where he would not be the only car a lap down, but right now he is. And again, he is 2 laps down, and after losing the lead in the draft, he's the second car in line on the bottom, but about 4 or 5 rows out of the leaders. Kyle Larson taking his first lead of the race. The last time by, he's the 5th different driver to lead. 15 lead changes already in stage 1 alone. Thanks, Robert, for taking care of the bot in the chat. So Larson was able to lead for a lap, and then Chase Elliott, the very next lap in turns 1 and 2, takes the lead back from his teammate. Field's starting to double up now, all the way through it for the most part in this lead pack, where before they were not. One of those drivers getting very close to the wall off the exit of turn 4. Little margin for error, if any at all. Keselowski fallen well behind in recent laps after leading for a short bit. complaining about his car being a bit loose. And he has fallen out of things fast. Tend to see some crashes late in these stages with the points window on the line with these drafting style ovals. So when dicier moves are made up at the front of the field, you got to be careful. Don't want to take yourself out of a shot to win this early. Hendrick cars have worked well together. I know Larson and Elliott have kind of gone back and forth for the lead, but when they slide up in front in line, one or the other gives that front car a push, trying to keep them out in front entirely so at least one of them can get this stage win. And right now it's Elliott pushing Larson down the back stretch and then down the front stretch the last time by. Byron is also shuffled now into the outside lane behind Elliott, so 300 Chevys are all in one line. Bubba Wallace on the inside of our race leader, tightly side drafting Larson on that left rear corner panel. But again, Elliott shoves him clear, and Elliott almost slipped to the outside of Kyle Larson going into 1 and 2. Both cars way up wide. I think Elliott got tight, and he's going to lose several spots off turn 4. And loss of momentum in return for Larson as he doesn't have the push help down the front stretch this time, and Bubba Wallace will clear for the lead after Austin Cindric gave him a huge shove down the front straightaway. So Bubba Wallace, who won a stage at Daytona last weekend, trying to do the same in Atlanta this week. He leads with about a lap and a half to go. And Austin Cindric, who is up over 20 positions from the start of the race, trying to take it away from him. Byron on the inside of his teammate Larson for third. Cindric will have a big run on the front stretch. Tailwind incoming. Wallace leads. Final lap of the stage. Cindric to the outside of the 23. You want to block the bottom? Cindric's like, all right, I'll go up here, take it from you. And now Cindric leads down the back straightaway, and he's got about a 3-car length advantage over both Wallace and Larson, who are side by side for second. Is Cindric getting too far out ahead, or does he have enough horsepower to get him back to the green-white checkered flag? Center of turns 3 and 4, down on the bottom. Wallace gets tight, drifts up the track. Larson in second. They'll side draft each other for that second spot. Nobody catches Cindric. Austin Cindric wins stage 1. 5th stage win at Atlanta alone for Cindric in the next gen era. All he does is score points at these tracks. Bubba Wallace by nose finishes second. Kyle Larson third. William Byron fourth, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Tyler Reddick in 6th. Kyle Busch 7th. Joey Logano 8th. Connor Zilich 9th. Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. That is your stage 1 results for today's race at Atlanta. 18 lead changes in the opening stage, and we had 6 different drivers lead at least 1 lap out of the 60 that we've seen so far. The drivers who led: Tyler Reddick, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, and Austin Cindric leading the final 2. Cindric is just so impressive on these drafting ovals. He's obviously got a great race car. He won the 2022 Daytona 500. He ended up winning the Talladega race in the spring last year. I mentioned now 5 stage wins at Atlanta for Austin Cindric with the next gen car. This is only the 9th Atlanta next gen race, and he's won 5 stages. Has not won at Atlanta yet, but he's been knocking on the doorstep with the speed that he's had. Ran his fastest lap at lap 53 in the pack there late, 30.173. And we'll be seeing our first pit stops of the race here shortly. We'll take our first break. You're listening live on KRC to full flag-to-flag coverage of today's Autotrader 400 at Atlanta. Yeah, so Carson Hocevar going to get the free pass here, but he was 2 laps down. He was the only car off the lead lap, so he does get the free pass, but from 2 laps down to 1 lap down to start stage 2. He's got to hope nobody else falls off the lead lap into the next caution. Stage 1 goes caution free, no yellows per incident. We didn't see a lot of cautions in the truck or O'Reilly races in stage 1 or 2 yesterday. We had 1 caution combined between the truck and O'Reilly races in the first 2 stages. And that was the O'Reilly race on lap 5. There was only 1 caution entirely in the truck race, and that was middle of stage 3. It set up about a 20-lap run to the finish. I believe 7 cautions in the O'Reilly race yesterday, but 4 of those per incident were in stage 3, the 2 stage breaks, and again, the lap 5 wreck involving about 5 cars early.
Nick Odell, front tire changer. I pit for both Chase Elliott and Bill Elliott.
Calvin T, rear tire changer, 4-time Cup Series champion.
Jared Hirschbaumer, tire carrier. No fun here. TJ Simke, Jackman. Best lawn in the garage.
John Giannato, Bueller. I have 2 kids, Mikey and Julia.
All business, no jokes.
Well,
Best line in the garage.
it's getting ready to be all business right here on the offset road. This pit road is narrow, stalls are small, lots of places you can get yourself in trouble, but we've seen it week after week. You know, got to get the tires tight. You got to get the pit crew guys got to do everything on their end, but there's a lot of room for having problems. Not a lot of room for having problems right here on this pit road.
And who can that be problematic for? A guy like Cindric is leading this thing, but didn't get a good pit stall choice because of the metric. Keep an eye on him and how he comes off pit road.
The pit road starts right there. Under caution, it's 45 miles an hour. From that white line all the way to the end of pit road. Under green, you could run 90 miles an hour on the flat until you get to the yellow line at the head of the actual pit lane, and then down to 45.
You can usually that way outside line because that arc is narrower down there, obviously shorter way around. You can get caught speeding. So they maximize all their efforts here by running on the outside. Here we go.
Here they come, Jamie.
Chase Elliott gets the countdown into his pit box. He comes in from 6th at that car. And really kind of early, but got better as they run. They're calling for 4 times. Only 11 seconds of going up. He overshoots his box. They have to push him back, guys. Costing valuable time. He finally comes to a stop, Josh.
Kyle Larson, that car just a little bit light on the 4 tires and weight on fuel for the which on level on. He said, man, I just need some grip in this thing. 4 tires and fuel as well, Regan. Austin Cindric in the 2 cars, just a little bit of the tight line. Wants a small adjustment so we can feel what we're do potentially for later in the race.
Well, that's exactly what we were talking about. Chase Elliott overshooting his pit and puts you in a hole really quick. So
Chase Elliott, best pit crew in 2025, and they're off to a rough start here, having to reposition to make their stop. They'll come out in the back.
Well, that wasn't really on Chase Elliott's pit crew as much as it was Chase Elliott overshooting the pit box, had to back up before they began service, cost him a ton of positions. 20 lead changes now with the way of the lead changes that we've had on pit road. Kyle Larson back out in front as he wins the race out of the pits. Again, stage 1 winner was Austin Cindric. And we'll have to wait and see exactly where Elliott cycles. Had a couple cars stay out of the pits that were at the back half of the field so they could pit, as pit road is not busy the second time through. Take their time, restart at the back of the pack anyway. A little extra fuel in the car. Ryan Blaney speeding on pit road. Uh-oh. I didn't get to hear that on the broadcast yet. I hope you're not lying to me. Although, again, I kind of hope you're lying to me. Thanks to all of you watching along at home or wherever you may be here on this Sunday afternoon at Atlanta. We're up to 78 likes on our goal to get to 100 here, and we're just about to start stage 2. So long ways to go, but the more likes we get, the more engagement this channel gets, both the channel itself and the stream. So greatly appreciate that. Thanks for hitting the like, and thanks for subscribing. If you have subscribed, and if not, be sure to do so. We have live commentary for every NASCAR race weekend, Truck Xfinity Cup races, for every race that I don't go to in person. I will be off next weekend. As far as streaming duties go, we'll be back again the following weekend, which, let me pull the schedule out just to make sure, but I believe they go to Phoenix for race number 4. Just want to make sure. Yeah, Phoenix, weekend of March 8th. So the following weekend. We'll be live Phoenix Raceway. And I believe the trucks are off that weekend, so it will be O'Reilly and Cup Series racing, and obviously Cup qualifying and practice as well.
It's Andy McMurray, Chris Myers. We're in the turn 1 in the infield with some fans. We found a warm spot here. And where are you guys from? Gainesville, Florida. Florida. You like this? Like this? Where are you going? Well, you got a good way to keep warm. I'll tell you who's warm. There's a couple of different race teams up and back in that first stage. Austin Cindric, the stage winner. By the way, Roger Penske celebrating his birthday on Friday.
Yeah, well, first off, he fit in like a turd in a punch bowl down here in our group of friends that we found right here. We did find a little bit of warmth. There's really not anyone sticking out in this race. It sticks out to me. Penske's been really good. Hendrick Motorsports did 23-11. The race has got to play loud. One thing I learned with Bell in that pre-race interview, though, is that the grip will continue to go up. Can't wait to see who can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, Joey Logano's led the most laps. He did in both races last year, but did not win those races, even though he's a two-time winner. All right, let's go back up to the booth where it's warm as well. Thank you, Craig. Stay warm down there. I'd say get a cold one, but you know. All right, we had Chase Elliott having trouble in the pits overshooting the box.
Well, you don't want to plug it down. You can have a free shot down here if you want when we come. Well, that's okay. Yeah, you got a little too much in the turn there. You know, stuff.
I tell you what, that reminded me of Mortimer and Randolph coming to America down there, huddled around that burn barrel. Let's watch this. Ooh, went right through it.
Yikes.
It didn't much, did it?
Well, and he's got an opening in front of him. So
And then he backed up too far.
Now here's the leader, and I was talking about this, but this was just nothing more than a slow pit stop, waiting on fuel. If that second can is. He probably burned more than most coming from 30th to the lead.
and you want to keep the fuel full as much as you can in that race so that your later stops are quicker. So definitely want to make sure that tank is topped off, which they did right there.
All right, we won't see Ryan Blaney up for the front. He was too fast exiting.
There it is. All tough break for Ryan Blaney, speeding on pit road. So back in the pack for him. Chase Elliott, again, lost all of his spots. Oddly enough, was a pit box in front of Ryan Blaney. He slid through and backed up too far, had to go back forward to get centered into his box. Kyle Larson won the race off of pit road. He had a third place finish in stage number 1. So he gained 2 positions with his 4-tire stop. First adjustments of the day. First time to top off on fuel, take 4 tires, and we're off and running again to begin stage 2. Green flag back in the air. Larson's got his teammate William Byron on the front row with him on the inside. Bubba Wallace giving Larson a great push off into turns 1 and 2. Larson and Wallace nose to tail along the outside of the racetrack, a little bit broken up on the bottom is Byron and I believe Noah Gragson in the 4. And now Gragson will give Byron the push. Byron gets back alongside of Wallace. Larson still in the lead. And it looked like Bubba gets a little tight into the corner. He got very, very close to that back bumper of Larson getting into turn number 3. It probably hurt the car a bit. And the mostly double wide traffic will go into turns 1 and 2 at speed this time. Full speed, that is. Takes about a full lap to get up and wound up, especially at the drafting ovals. Fred Whiteside 6 for 2, he did. Top 5 after the restart is Kyle Larson in the lead, Bubba Wallace in second, William Byron third, Austin Cindric fourth, and Noah Gragson in fifth. Wallace with a shove to Larson to keep him clear of the pack. Byron on the bottom got a bit of a push late by Gregson, still keeps him with the 23 car, and Joey Logano inside of 3 wide, a couple rows back. And he's going to be able to clear both cars he was trying to pass, which was Tyler Reddick and Connor Zilic, the rookie. Slides up in front of Reddick. Josh Berry down to the bottom, nearly clipping the 71. Michael McDowell cleared him, and now he's still 3 wide underneath of both Reddick and Zilic, just as Logano had got by him. Wallace staying committed to the back bumper of the 5, and now slings to the bottom. And will try to take the lead for himself. He's not going to be able to clear off turn 2. I'm surprised Byron did not try to go to the high side behind his teammate Larson. He stays on the inside with Wallace and pushes Wallace to the lead. Byron cleared for second himself as well. Kyle Busch up in the picture. A couple rows out of the lead. He's back around 6th, highest he's been in the running order all day. Couple rows of 3 wide in the back half of the top 10. Zilic Reddick have been side by side for a while with Josh Berry underneath them. Those 3 cars have probably been 3 wide for a couple consecutive laps. Then McDowell, Bowman, and Briscoe are all 3 wide just behind him as well. So a big wreck of about 20 cars middle of the summer race last year. Knocked out nearly half the field. And we have not seen an incident yet so far today. The 38 cars that started, 37 are on the lead lap. Only one not is Carson Hocevar, who had a flat tire middle of the run after contact with the wall. He made an unscheduled pit stop, fell 2 laps down. He is now 1 lap down because of getting the free pass at the end of stage 1. Connor Zilic, not a debut at Atlanta for him. Again, he ran the summer race last year as he ran part-time, half a dozen races or so in the Cup Series at Trackhouse. So this is his second new Atlanta start with this next-gen car. So he's got the experience, and it's worked out well for him. He had a 9th place finish in stage 1. He's 8th early in stage 2. He finished 11th in that summer race last season. "15 laps already complete in stage 2. Bubba Wallace back out in front of the pack with William Byron, who pushed him there, now in second. Kyle Larson still sits in third. Fourth is Austin Cindric. And rounding out the top 5 in 5th was Noah Gragson at the line. Kyle Busch is in 6th. 7th place is Joey Logano. Connor Zilic in 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10. 11th is Alex Bowman. Michael McDowell 12th. Josh Berry 13th. AJ Allmendinger 14th. And Denny Hamlin 15th. Chris Buescher in 16th, Ross Chastain 17th, Daniel Suarez 18th, Zane Smith 19th, and 20th is Ty Gibbs. Ryan Preece 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, 23rd for Riley, now Riley Herbst. Looks like Ryan Preece 21st, Bell 22nd, Herbst 23rd. It shifted on me a little bit there. Chase Elliott is now 24th, Zane Smith 25th, SVG in 26th. Now Preece drops to 27th as our running order continues to change lap over lap here. Todd Gilliland in 28th. 29, Ty Dillon. Ryan Blaney, 30th after the speeding penalty on pit road. Brad Keselowski fell back in the pack. He's now 31st after leading very early in the race. BJ McLeod, 32nd. Cole Custer, 33rd. Cody Ware, 34th. John Nemechek, 35th. Eric Jones, 36th. JJ Yelig, 37th. And again, Hocevar 1 lap down in 38th. And all cars still in this race. 21 late changes, 7 laps of yellow. That was only the stage caution laps at lap 60 to lap 67. We're on lap 79 of 260, 100 laps total in stage number 2. So that'll take us to lap 160 in today's race. We have nearly 200 people in the chat, but only 85 likes. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Our like goal of 100 for today's live commentary stream. See if we can hit that. Thanks to all of you watching at home. Long race to go yet. Stage 1 winner, if you missed it, was Austin Cindric. Again, no incidents to record, and Hocevar out the lead lap because of contact with the wall, and that was roughly a dozen laps, give or take, into the race when that happened. Rode around a lap down for a while without drafting help, and then ended up falling that second lap down in the later laps of the stage when the pack finally caught him. Then was able to kind of maneuver his way back in front of the lead pack for several laps before Chase Elliott realized, I got to get going if I'm going to hold on to the lead. Swallowed him up. But Hocevar not out of it by any means if you are a fan rooting for that 77 team today. Not going to be the greatest points day for him if he doesn't get a good finish, because he's not going to get any stage points for stage 1. And stage 2 is going to be tougher than being a lap down right now as well. He's going to need a caution, and he's going to need it fast. Kyle Larson to the lead. Amongst the commercial breaks side by side right now on Fox. Byron and Wallace side by side. And down the back straightaway to turn 3, Connor Zilic up inside the top 5 for the first time. He pushes Wallace. Nowhere for Wallace to go. Larson to the bottom, the block into 3 and 4. Already 22 laps into stage 2. Byron to the inside of his teammate Larson for the lead. A slingshot back from one HMS car to the other. Byron unable to pull clear off turn 2. Down the back straightaway, Larson a shot from Wallace. And we've got a big crash hard at that in turns 3 and 4. Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs up against the outside retaining wall. There looked to be at least another car in there, maybe a couple more. When we come back from commercial, we're going to have to get a zoomed out view to see who's all in it.
A huge crash in Atlanta has taken out Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, and others at lap 81.
Graph's on fire here. Just started. Pipe stuff, graph's on fire.
Ty Gibbs out quickly. Big impact for Ty Gibbs. See the damage in the front of the car he's out. This happened back at 15th place. Getting into turn 3. Calamity corner, as we said. Here we go. All right, you can see him on the outside, obviously right there behind Bowman. See the energy starting to come. Yeah, and Berry actually lifted a little bit when he drove down across him to try to go shoot in front of him, clipped him obviously, and
Well, I think what happened right there is you're going to see Bell with a late move right here, and you see the 54 had already committed to go below the 48. I don't think they were expected to be 4 wide right there.
we're not clear. When he tries to shoot down at the bottom, it's lifting. Danny Hamlin with a little bit of damage there. As caution is out to the second time today. Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry.
Gibbs and Berry, and I thought there might have been more cars involved in that, but it didn't look like it. Definitely a heavy impact for a couple of them. Hamlin got a bit too, yep. Yeah, I thought there was a couple of them that got a little bit of a piece, but it definitely looks like both Berry and Gibbs are going to be done for the day. Tough break for Berry. He was up in the top 5 late stage 1. Carson Hocevar going to get back on the lead lap with the free pass now, so end of stage 1 gets 1 lap back and gets the other back now. So despite that early contact with the wall, just like that, he's back in it. Alpine fan, thanks for tuning in. AJF, shout out to you as well. I don't think I shouted out either of you guys yet. Race leader at the time of caution, Kyle Larson, with William Byron in second, Bubba Wallace third, Connor Zilic fourth, Austin Cindric in fifth. Sixth is Tyler Reddick, Noah Gregson in seventh, EJ Olmendinger eighth, Joey Logano ninth, and Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10. So if you pit now, you can make it on fuel to the end of stage 2. So I would imagine everybody's going to come onto pit road during this caution because of that. Yeah, skims out of the car under his own power. I think Berry was able to drive it back into the pits, but I don't think he's going to be able to continue. He's got quite a bit of damage. Both drivers seem to be okay, but they'll still take the mandatory trip back to the infield care center. We'll take a quick break here while we're awaiting them to come back from commercial. Under caution, our first incident of the day, our second yellow total at lap 85. It didn't look like the car was as much on fire as it was just the grass from the exhaust. And obviously, with these next gen cars, they got a dual exhaust, one on the left, one on the right. Where before that wasn't the case. Grass was on fire around him, which was kind of a wild scene. Be careful climbing out of the car as he did. Yeah, he is okay, or at least seems to be.
Having football after all, well, here's the cure. The United Football League is back this spring with a new season of really pro football. It all kicks off March 27th on Fox. Second caution of the day. Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry's cars hauled to the garage. Carson Hocevar will get back on the lead lap with the green pass.
Yeah, and that worked out great for Hocevar to be able to have these couple of cautions while he was the only car a lap down. I mean, I think his car is fast enough to not back of his front. But you see Josh Berry and Ty Gibbs tore up right here and minor damage for the rest of those guys.
The left side of your screen is where this starts.
Yeah, and I think that the 21 had to go up the racetrack because the 20 made a late move down the back straightaway, and 54 was coming down the racetrack, not anticipating the 21 coming up because they were going to be 4 wide. So that just looks like one of those racing deals. One going up, one coming down right there.
You remarked about damage on the left rear of Denny Hamlin's car. Riley Herbst got into him a bit as they were trying to get through that. That's right. That's right. Right behind Denny. If he had to check up, yeah. This is from Hamlin. Not a good feeling right in front of. Oh, wow. Got very, very lucky. Very lucky to not have any more damage than he had when it's 11 car. All right, with the pits closed for one more lap, our Daytona 500 winner, Tyler Reddick, had a very busy week, but it capped off with this morning's team meeting, and they allowed us to sit in.
I think we feel pretty good about what we've got. We definitely took the cold weather that we have today into consideration on all the bodybuilding and setup stuff. So optimistic about today, but same time, remember last week was fun to celebrate. Great job, but today's a reset. New day, chance to prove ourselves again. So everybody stay diligent, stay in the moment. And as we always end it, control what we can control. Let's execute together. 45 on 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So to win the Daytona 500 on Sunday, Billy Scott and Tyler Reddick were honored at the Motorsports Hall of Fame outside Turn 4 at Daytona on Monday morning, where they presented the winning car. It will sit there for a year, and then Tyler Reddick went off on a whirlwind tour. Coming to the biggest career accomplishment.
Tyler Reddick, right? Two things in history.
New York City and the Empire State Building, all the way to the very top. Incredible stuff right here.
Excuse me, bro, what do you do for a living?
I love NASCAR, so just wanted to come rolling. Where?
Daytona 500 champ, Tyler Reddick. Daytona 500 champion Tyler Reddick.
Tyler joined up right now. Does it feel real now? Has it sunk in? What's it feel like?
Our cars are coming to pit road. Let's check with Larry Mack. Yeah, Mike, 72 laps to go. We're at the fuel window. We're seeing everybody pretty much come to pit road. This is a chance to fill it up. I think a lot of them's going to do fuel only to get to the end, but I'm hearing some, like Jim Foreman and Kyle Busch, saying The way we fell off again that run, just think about tires. I think you'll see a mixed bag here. Number 8 got up as high as 7th and comes into 5th row in 10th. Jamie?
William Byron in the 24, started 13th, worked his way up to second. He couldn't get on both sides of the fence, loose and then tight. This last short run to the tail was dragging the dog, and he lost his nose. So they are going to make an adjustment and fuel only, no tire here in the 24, Josh.
Well, Kyle Larson said that call got much freer when he was out front. It'll be fuel only for them. Same deal for the 23. 3 seconds of fuel and out. Regan?
Fast adjustment for Austin Cinder didn't make the car turn any better, just made the back looser. You see there, a quick fuel only stop for him.
And you see how much more chaotic gas only makes this pit road because it doesn't leave enough time for the guys to make that pit stop while the other guys are trying to get in their pit stalls and you're getting out.
The pit road's not that wide, so at least one car decided to do it with the grass to get by. Pretty tough the second caution of the day in Atlanta.
Yes, under caution here at the Echo Park Speedway, Atlanta, Georgia. We'll scroll back up here to the top of the screen. We'll have to wait to see what the top of the running order is looking like. Had a few drivers stay out of the pits. We'll see if they come back in to top off this time by it. Maybe they're trying to save enough fuel to get to the end. Chris Bell had a bit of damage from the crash. He's on pit road trying to make some repairs to the right side of his race car as his team goes to work. He got sideswiped by the 21 of Josh Berry, who initially, or actually by Ty Gibbs, kind of friendly fire there as he initially came down the track before ricocheting back up into the outside wall and obviously taking Josh Berry with him. Doesn't look like there's a ton of damage, but trying to maybe pull it away from the tire, making sure that there's not going to be a rub of any kind that can hinder the chances of Bell getting a good finish in today's race. John Fleming, Vader Trader. Uncommon Truth. Shimon, thanks for tuning in. Long shot, Olmendinger for the win. Maybe. Easy Network, welcome back. Don Brown, thanks for tuning in. Update the leaderboard. Yeah, my bad. I had to scroll to the bottom a little bit there. It's updated now, though. Kyle Larson won the race out of the pits again. He is in the lead. Tyler Reddick in second. William Byron third. Joey Logano fourth. And Shane Van Gisbergen was on pit road. So it's actually Ross Chastain who will be in fifth on the restart. So again, Larson first, Reddick second, Byron third, Logano fourth, and Chastain fifth. SVG, Brad K, a few other drivers who stayed out that extra lap. They were at the back anyway. They're going to pit now. First crash of the day, taking Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry out of the race. We have 100 likes on the stream now. We have hit our goal. Let's try to revamp that. We still got over half the race to go. So we're at 100 now. Let's kind of change that like goal. Let's see if we can get to 150. I had it at 150 for the Daytona 500 last week. Knowing it was the biggest race of the year, we're probably going to get an influx of viewers. I was like, yeah, I can go a little higher with the like goal. Let's just move it up to 150 then. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, be sure to do so we can get to our goal again of 150. At that triple digit mark.
Church Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Racing kicks off Saturday with the trucks at 12 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Welcome back to Atlanta. 90 laps complete. Everybody's been to pit road for tires and Sunoco race fuel with zero carbon bioethanol. And they've got enough of it to go to the end of stage 2. With Kyle Larson out in front of Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Joey Logano, and Ross Chastain. There's some sound from William Byron's team, speaking of fuel. Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry both checked at the infield care center and released. Todd Gilliland too fast entering pit road. He'll restart at the back. Arsen Osabar, the free pass, is now back on the lead lap. Jamie?
Christopher Bell came in for a long pit stop. He had right side rocker damage, and he also swapped out his steering wheel. So they pulled this one off, and what happened? They didn't have practice or qualify. And this is where you want that line. That piece of tape needs to be straight up. You got in the car and it was off to the left just a little bit. They had to swap it out. Guys, you know in the booth, that's something they usually get done when they have practice.
Yeah, when you get that wheel off like that, I got so used to where it was that I felt like I couldn't even drive the car. It messed everything up that I had going on inside the car. But they changed the wheel, so not sure if they just retaped the wheel. But you saw those tape lines on the steering wheel. You can see them all right here. Everybody has a different spot that they put those tape lines in. You see the 3 stripes on the wheel right there. But the center one is just to keep going straight. The other one, the green and the red, on the sides of above the hands right there of John Hunter Nemechek, that tells you where to put the wheel straight on the pit stop. So great view from inside our Toyota racing camera here.
Getting ready for the restart. You saw the view from Eric Jones. He made a long pit stop. The Wendy's cam on board Ross Chastain. He's going to roll off the pit. "91 laps complete. This stage is 100 laps long. So we're on lap 32 of 100. On the Valvoline cam on board Kyle Larson. We get ready for the restart. Everybody on track, 56 cars on the lead lap. Here we go.
These first 4 cars right here, they've been consistently up in the front of the pack all day. Right behind them, you see Ross Chastain and Connor Silich. Silich has been up there, but this is really our first chance to see that one car of Ross Chastain as he darts to the inside right there below Joey Logano.
And back to the outside, going where they're not. Keep that air on the nose.
Well, I watched the race yesterday. You saw that he was right in the mix to win that race at the end. We've seen him be really competitive at this racetrack. So not surprising to see him up front.
Boy, they just swarmed Zilich both sides with Michael McDowell going to the bottom. And they're going to drop him. On both Chastain, here's promo code Atlanta for a $1 spicy or classic chicken sandwich. Purchase in Wendy's today or tomorrow. For their success last year in Atlanta, here are Ryan Blaney's real results. Sponsored by Chick-fil-A. In the 15th right now, with 1 win in Atlanta, spring race 2021.
Can you get out of that? I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Can you get out of that hornet's nest, can he? Just kind of seems to be stuck right there in the middle of the pack. Where that air is very turbulent. We've talked about these Fords having a little bit of handling issues. And the scenario that he's in, he needs to either get to the front or get some clean air on the nose of that car.
And we've seen his teammates, Austin Cindric and Joey Logano, be at the front of this pack all day, and not really seen Blaney be a consistent contender up at the front right there all day. But right there, he's stuck on the bottom, going backwards.
Not getting a lot of help either. He needs help with the steering like this. Get some pushes to get the momentum to get on by, and it being on bottom makes that a challenge.
And the Suarez alongside leading the 7.
Uh-oh.
Part of this
There we go.
day.
I was gonna say Fox froze on me for a second.
Continue up there all day, but right there, he's stuck on the bottom, going backwards.
Not getting a lot of help either. You need help in this area, like if get to push him to get the momentum to get on by and advance the ball, it makes that a challenge. And the Sloyds lose, I think, in the 7th. Mislowski a couple of runs back.
Yeah, we've seen Brad make it to pit road a couple times, just trying to make adjustments to that car. He just really hasn't been able to get the handling where he likes it to be on the offense, like somebody like Austin Cindric and these Hendrick cars that are leading the pack right now.
He is 27th right now. Three wide around Riley Hurts. That's Ryan Priest going by and Alex Bowman. It's back at 15th place. Now, Kyle Busch was going to take 2 tires, but they had a mistake on the back rear. Ended up having to take 4 tires, and Busch dropped from 10 to 24.
Yeah, and that's definitely been the MO out of this team, right? Like you get yourself in a position to be up at the front of the pack and have a chance to contend for the lead, and all of a sudden you have that mistake and you got to start all over.
All right, here's Chip Logano's ready. Oh, are they going to save fuel or are they going to go for the lead?
If I want to make it, they make it that way. You know, if I'm going to, or not, I ain't anything worth going.
Good. Yeah, right.
Well, they're right on the edge, and everybody's a little bit nervous as to where they are on fuel. So they're definitely having that conversation. But they told him to just go.
Trouble one was out front of Brian Larson and Tyler Reddick with 101 laps completed.
All right, going to a side-by-side commercial, I'd assume. They've been doing only side-by-side commercials for the green flag action. So tight 3 wide between Connor Zillich, Joey Logano, and Ross Chastain through the center of turns 3 and 4 that last time through. Big run for Larson to the back of Bubba Wallace on the front stretch. Going to try to give him a slight push. It was nothing much. Not going to get him clear from his teammate Tyler Reddick as 23-11 out in front of the field. 1-2, and we've got another crash. This one towards the back of the pack. Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with a ton of damage. Up against the outside wall in turns 1 and 2. Stenhouse's car crunched. Had a good run in the truck race yesterday. 4 top 10s in the last 5 Atlanta starts for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And again, we are under caution yet again here today at Atlanta. BJ McLeod's got some nose damage. Not a lot, but with a small team, we'll see if he can continue. Riley Herbst still parked down the back straightaway. I think he's got a flat left rear tire. Stenhouse still trying to drive his beaten and battered car back to the pits. I don't think Stenhouse is going to be able to continue. I think he's got too much damage. Shiler Bear, thanks for tuning in. Chase Elliott winning the race. He very well could. Could be more than 2. It definitely looks like it. I think the toe link's broken on Todd Gillen's number 34 Love's Ford Mustang. A little weeble wobbly back there. So at least 4 cars have decent damage from this incident. Herb Stenhouse, Gill, and McLeod.
What's your footwork time today? At lap 103, Riley Herbst. Tyler Reddick credited with giving him the push that won the Daytona 500 last week. Herbst finishing 8th in the Great American Race. Arrived in this one.
Look back here and you see Riley Herbst right here. Starts to shoot to the bottom.
I think he just lost the nose a little bit and got up into the tree, Kevin.
Yeah, it looked like he had a big run right there and either just misjudged his car, the right corner of his car right there, or like you say, got tight, got into the back of the tree.
Well, it definitely turned the tree around, and you see him going back up the racetrack. Some cars there got the
That's
Ricky
Ricky
Stenhouse in it. Ricky Stenhouse has
Heavy
got
damage.
yeah, major damage on the front of his race car.
BJ McLeod and Todd Gilliland also involved.
Gillen's got a broken right rear toe link, but I think that car's not as bad off as we thought. See Stenhouse slamming into him pretty hard right there. But looking at Gillen in 34, watch Cole Custer.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness, right there, that 41 car. What a move.
Yeah.
Austin Dillon and Zane Smith have a decent amount of damage too.
St. Smith also with a bit of damage there toward the end of that.
You see Custer throttle up and get past him.
A lot of cars taking evasive action right there. That's so hard on the splitter. You've got the banking. You see one more angle right here. But as these cars come down the racetrack, down below that yellow line, just hits that splitter so hard. Feel that right through your spine in the driver's seat.
Well, here's the Morgan and Morgan. Call your lawyer after this one.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't do anything wrong, so I think you're right. Call the lawyer. We got a defense. That's too bad. Tore up some good race cars.
One of those was Ricky Stenhouse, who had a great Daytona 500 finish. Separated 45 and then piled up. And here she had that healthcare on whatever Jones.
They heard it throttle up right there in case those cars shot back down the racetrack. You didn't want to get hit in the right rear quarter panel. Great onboard shots right there.
Well, let's check with our crew chief, Larry Mack.
Well, Mike, with that caution there, remember we heard some teams talking about maybe saving fuel. One of two things here. These cautions value enough to make it to the end now because you could save so much more fuel on the caution. Or if you're at the back of the pack and you're questioning, come on and get fuel, maybe go ahead and get 4 tires. They do have almost 25 laps on each side right now.
If you're one of those guys in the back, no brainer.
Come on, 4 tires, fill it up.
It just puts you ahead of the game, right? You get the fuel tank full, you get your tire amount of laps on your tires ahead of everybody else's. It gets you more options. And when you're in the back, and Todd Barry, when he was my crew chief, he's like, well, sometimes you just have to feel like a loser. And then when you're in that scenario, it can flip the race though when you have that, because you just never know how it's all going to cycle through.
Look at the difference it made in most of ours. When they came in and was able to put their tires on, he was held suit right there with the leaders.
That's exactly what we have right now. The back of the field hit road.
And sometimes that's the disadvantage of leading these races, because you don't want to give up the track position. You don't want to put yourself in a position to go to the back. But these guys up there, they can take full advantage of it.
So Daniel Suarez in 19th place will be the first car to come to pit road, and everybody behind him, as Larry Mack pointed out, follow suit. It's like a lot of gas only going up at Sunoco Race Fuel with poet zero carbon bioethanol. Tires for Keselowski, damage repair on BJ McLeod. There was a lot of fuel on that.
Yeah, with it was mixed in with a lot of 4 tire. It just kind of depends on where you were right there. But in the end, the most important thing is that fuel to be able to make sure you can fill that stop down the road as short as possible.
Set, let me know if you got, it's been deep this time. second lap.
All right. So under caution for the third time today, second time in stage 2, all for incident. And Tyler Reddick is currently the race leader at the time of yellow. Bubba Wallace in second. Chase Briscoe third. Kyle Larson in fourth. William Byron fifth. Joey Logano sixth. Seventh for Ross Chastain. Denny Hamlin eighth. Austin Cindric ninth. And Connor Zilic rounding out the top 10. Nearly halfway through stage 2. And not quite halfway home in the race itself. Got a little ways to go. Been a good one here today at the Echo Park Speedway in Atlanta thus far. Lots of racing left. Thanks for the $10 super chat to Inside Uranus down below as well. Big shout out to you. Favorite pasta from Chef Boyardee? It's a good question. I haven't had Chef Boyardee in a while. I mean, the ravioli is pretty good. It's very hard to go wrong with the meat ravioli. I mean, I had the spaghetti ones when I was a kid, but can't go wrong with the beef ravioli. I think is my favorite. I know that's kind of basic and that's like their traditional one, but it's pretty cheap. It's only like $1 a can too. I remember getting some from Walmart out of the randomness that I hadn't had it in a very long time, like a year ago, and I remember it was like $1 a can. I was like, I had no idea these things were this cheap still, because I usually don't get them. But after that, I was like, oh, sweet, I could get like 4 cans for $4. Why not? Not eating all 4 cans at once. If I did that, I would have the what's the next day. But that's not the case. Yes, Team Ravioli. Obviously, that was in light of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. being involved in the accident. The Chef Boyardee car, who finished runner-up in the Daytona 500 last week. Unfortunately, this week, not the case. Out of the race. SpaghettiOs. I remember having those. Yeah, if I'm gonna go the spaghetti route, SpaghettiOs is the way to go. Not the Chef Boyardee route. That's right. I haven't had SpaghettiOs since I was a little kid. That's insane. I actually forgot about that until JoJo just brought it up in the chat, to be completely honest. Deborah Sweeney Cast, thanks for tuning in as well. Wouldn't it be cool if Reddick won? Yeah, I mean, if he goes back to back to start the season, I was talking about it earlier, with how many points that are awarded to the race winner, he would have a pretty sizable gap after 2 races to start the year. And he's a pretty solid road course racer. He's won 3 times on the Next Gen Arrowhead road courses, so he can have a good run at COTA next week too.
Now let's have a look at today's Pit Move, sponsored by Pods. Going to concentrate on Cole Custer.
Well, this is a great move right here. You're going to see the 3-car at the right side of your screen come down the racetrack. He's got a lot of wheel into it to the right. Doesn't get that wheel back out of it and shoots back up the racetrack. And Cole Custer right there shoots the gap and just at the last minute pulls his car to the right. Talk about threading the needle. That was close.
All right, here we go. The drivers at Coach Street. We'll talk on the restart zone. Reddick Wallace, Briscoe Larson, Logano Byron, Hamlin Chastain. And we'll back to green.
Green 11. Leading this middle back to the green flag. And with that caution, everybody should be in good shape. Kyle Larson shoots to the bottom. Puts those teammates note the tail up on the top. see how quickly that bottom line can fall apart right there when you get the momentum on the top. But it's just so much harder to keep that bottom lane organized, to keep the momentum as it is to that middle lane in the top. But putting those two teammates nose to tail, see, Reddick shoot to the bottom, and sometimes you'll do that so that, especially if you're in a teammate scenario like that, so they get the front end to have that air on the course and see them somewhat stagger the lane sometimes in order to try to help it get through the corner wide open instead of having to lip.
I like this right here. Reddick went down to the bottom, and doing just that. Gave his teammate clean air to keep that nose underneath, grabbing, stalled out the line on the bottom, made him tight with Larson, then there's right back up in front of his teammate for full demonstration. Yeah, that's exactly perfect scenario for Reddick here. Especially having that teammate behind you.
19 cars snuck up on us, guys.
Yes.
Chase Briscoe found his way to the front. Obviously had to start the back with his trouble that he had for Daytona 6 qualifying was rained out. We started this field based on the metric, but he has found his way to the front. We talk about how important these stage points are.
You see how Reddick moves down and take that line away from the 5 Larson on the bottom. As soon as he does that, man, he has to lift and kind of goes up the racetrack and really stacks that line in.
Yeah, if your car in the lane up and far behind you just takes the air off of that. That's as good a defense as it is offense.
That's right. Perfect storm. Both ways. It's all because I have a teammate landing up now. Ricky Stenhouse checked and released at the Inman Care Center. Now that teammate got on the bottom. Larson's down one up there. I like this bottom. He rubbed a lot of tire off of it too. You pull on the moon really hard. That just makes all your handling get work big push to the bottom.
Wow. What a clear. No, 23 was coming fast enough to where Tyler Reddick couldn't pull down right there to stop that run.
The runs seem to develop so much faster here than they would.
Everything that happens like here, usually it's like bigger is bolder. In this scenario, smaller is bolder because you take a mile off of the racetrack compared to the distance here in Atlanta compared to Daytona, and things just happen faster because the lap is shorter, the corners are tighter, it's narrower. Everything about it just happens faster here.
Going with the match, the Romans shows
Well, not full stream, but side by side commercial break coming up here at Atlanta for the NASCAR Cup race. My goodness, Kyle Larson sailed it off into turn 3. Got blocked off at the last second by Reddick, and Reddick holds on to the lead. With Tyler Reddick out in front right now, Bubba Wallace sits in second, Kyle Larson third, Chase Briscoe fourth, and William Byron rounds out the top 5 in fifth. 6th is Ross Chastain, Shane Van Gisbergen in 7th, Joey Logano in 8th. 9th is Connor Zilic, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 10. Our live commentary coverage continues here on KRC. About 42 laps to go in stage 2 and the Autotrader 400. Just over 200 concurrent viewers watching for quite some time now. Appreciate everybody tuning in throughout today's live commentary stream. Our goal of 150 likes, we're at 112 as of right now, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content along the way. Live commentary streams like this all season long. Outside of races that I attend in person. And those streams consist of Cup Series races, Truck Series races, O'Reilly Series races, Select ARCA races, and obviously the Indy 500 in May. We did the Rolex 24 in January, all 24 hours. Cup practice and qualifying. Did not get that one yet either. Qualifying got rained out this week, so we didn't have that. But when it doesn't get rained out, we'll stream it. 32 cars on the lead lap. Todd Gillen 2 laps down after being involved in that last incident. Out of the race in the first incident was Josh Berry and Ty Gibbs. They're still out. Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out of the race following the last crash. And BJ McLeod is off track, but 11 laps down. So Gillen could be in the free pass position, although J.J. Yaley, who lost the lead draft on the restart, looking to fall a lap down in 32nd. So that would take Gillen out of the free pass position at the stage end or the next caution, whatever happens first. Just under an hour and a half into the race, 3 yellows, 30 lead changes, 24 laps spent under caution. Per lap 123 at 260, nearly halfway home. Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick for 23-11, leading at Atlanta.
Cup Series from Atlanta, full park like Speedway. Side by side to the lead from Ontario Conference, brought to you by Goodyear. Tried, tested, proven legendary.
One thing I will say that you can see from this aerial right here, you see the 1, the 97, the 88. We've had a lot of questions. Where would Trackhouse be? And right now we see all 3 of their cars up in contention at the front of this pack, which is a great sign.
Regan?
Well, Mike, as you guys are talking about Trackhouse, and one car Ronstadt's name, a very good run right now. Of course, you see him up there running in the 6th position. Earlier in the race, though, he was pretty tight with that race car, struggling with it getting too tight, too quick. Crew Fred McSwain, new Crew Fred McSwain, told me that was part of their plan. They wanted to build up to it today, starting him on the tight side, and be able to work forward as they got better.
Better is where they're right now. As he's on the bottom, back.
Oh, big hit. Big hit. That caught my attention. Dang.
Swimming 13. And then so caution with that. Pretty hard hit.
Yeah, the wreck hits like that in these cars, any car, when you hit that wall head on like that, it is a big shot.
So winning the truck race yesterday. Into this race with a good bit of optimism. He had an interesting finish to the Daytona 500. With 2 laps to go, completely backed out of the gas to trail the pack, so he wouldn't, as he put it, to his spotter, wasn't going to go up there and drive right into the wreck, and he didn't. Drove around it, finished 15th. After all that dust up on the final lap, but that will be the end of the day when the show's going to rate.
See the safety worker right there?
They're going to get it as a gear.
Yeah, he's trying to put it in neutral, reaching over there, grabbing that shifter so that they can tow that car off.
Michael, let's unpack this. Okay, you see him down in the bottom right here, on the bottom lane. We're gonna see him start to move off the racetrack. I think he was trying to get in that hole, Kevin, right in front of Noah Gregson. Shot up there really quick. Yeah, Noah got back of him.
And I think Noah was just trying to push it right there. And as you can see from that shot, they're just a little misaligned. And the 4 car was down just towards that left rear. And when he went to push him, it just immediately spun him out.
So we talked about this in the tree race, Kevin, when it with the squatters. When they say clear high, you have to do it fast. And you saw what that driver did. He went, look how quick he moved up in there in front of that line.
Yep.
He knew the momentum was on the outside. I guarantee you that squatters said clear high. He took it immediately and just didn't have the momentum. Really got the back on him and turned it around.
That was a big hit.
Yeah, and you know, in Noah's defense right here, when you have a guy that pulls up in line like that, going a lot slower right at the edge of the corner, sometimes you get a little frustrated and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna send it.
Why don't we see him from the bottom, moved all the way, lifted too. Now, like he on the nose, different story. That's once they heard that on camera right there, nothing's on Noah. He didn't pull up there on purpose. He lifted because the nose took off and put him right on that outside line, right in front of Noah with the lift. Here, walk. Yeah, you're exactly right. When just got tight, had to check up that Noah was right there. None of that's on Noah direction. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, unfortunate, yeah. Just Kyle had to get out of the gas and wrong place. Lucky on this single car wreck, to be honest with you. You don't have that very often.
Cheddar's onboard camera told the story there. And the eight will get hauled back to the garage.
And it's a very little photo. I mean, that just shows you how close things happen, how fast they happen with this racetrack.
Kyle Busch will join BJ McLeod in the garage, Ricky Stenhouse, Riley Hoops, Ty Gibbs, and Josh Barrett out of this race. It's a lot of attrition for us not quite being to have one.
And that can be expected here. I mean, we knew that the attrition rate was most likely going to be high, just because of the type of racing that we see here. And it's so easy to get into that position like Kyle just did, because the car will take off on you or it'll get loose and you have to check up. And guys coming with those runs, real easy for all this stuff to happen like that wreck right there.
So we're 2/3 of the way through this stage, 67 laps out of 100, and pit road will be open. The first 18 cars did not fit under the last caution. That would be the first 15 cars right now, and they are not coming in this time either. Ryan Blaney's going to be the first to pit road. He's in 17th place.
Yeah, and mostly just those cars at the end of the field. Exact same scenario. Let's keep the thing with fuel in it, put ourselves in as good a position to try to position ourselves for this third stage here to be in a good spot. Probably not going to score any points in the second one anyway.
33 laps to go. In stage 2, on cautions.
All right, well, under caution again here, top five in the running order. Tyler Reddick leading, Bubba Wallace second, Chase Briscoe third, William Byron fourth, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top five and fifth following a crash for Kyle Busch. Hard head on into the inside retaining wall back straightaway after getting tight off of turn 2, sliding all the way up in front of the 4 of Noah Gragson. Gragson hits him off center after the lift as well. Sends Busch sliding, and obviously now Kyle Busch done for the day. It's our third accident of stage 3 after stage 1 went caution-free in 60 laps. We have gone 68 out of 100 laps complete so far in this third stage. So very start-stop. Get about 15 to 20 green flag laps, and then a crash, another 15 to 20 laps, another crash, and here we are again. 30 lead changes so far today, 1 hour, 37 minutes into the race, and we are a little bit past halfway. 28 caution laps. End of stage 2 will be lap 160. Doris Connors, thanks for tuning in. Can't see it. All the YouTubers are blocking the things. Well, you can't see for visual purposes because of copyright reasons. So there's that. But we have full flag-to-flag commentary for you here right on the channel. Hear mostly from me, and various points you'll be able to hear the Fox broadcast in this case for today with Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick, and Clint Boyer on the call. I'll take over for the rest of stage 2. 23-11, though, dominating right now, and it's very crazy to think. Tyler Reddick wasn't of the Toyotas that dominated by way of laps led in stage 3 last week in the Daytona 500, but the Toyotas did dominate stage 3. By way of laps led, and most of those laps were Bubba Wallace. Transfer that over to this week. Bubba Wallace was second in stage 1. Got passed with the lap and have to go by Austin Cindric, who did win the first stage. But Wallace up here in second right now, for instance, and definitely having a very good run of things. Cleanup continues following the Kyle Busch caution. Pit road open right before they cut to commercial. Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin, the first of which to the pits, running in 17th and 18th place. So the top 16 stayed out. Maybe a few others in the back half of the field also going to stay out, get some extra track position. But Blaney's been struggling for most of the day. He'll drive up to about mid-pack And then with these cautions, trying to take the fresh tires, help him out a little bit more, maybe drive back to the front. He didn't really lose that many spots. We're taking these fresh tires. He's going to be just a bit outside the top 20, I believe 21st on the restart. Went from every car still in this race and only one off the lead lap at the end of stage 1 to now here in stage 2. We have 31 cars on the lead lap. JJ Yaley gets the free pass with this caution. And out of the race, we have 5 cars out. Make that 6 now with Kyle Busch. Ty Gillen, a couple laps down in 32nd. We'll see if BJ McLeod gets back out on the racetrack. It's only 13 laps behind Busch to pick up another position. Had a good start to the season for Busch. Now, not on the Cup side, he won the truck race yesterday afternoon. 3 straight Atlanta spring wins. But between the Daytona 500 and this week, yeah, not a good start yet again for Kyle Busch. We're going to get to the restart this time by. We'll have 29 laps to go in stage 2. They're officially halfway that last lap. Out of a 260 lap race. All right, on to the next restart. Reddick and Wallace front row. Wallace outside row 1. Reddick inside. Green flag back in the air. Tyler Reddick gets the better of the 2 pushes. Chase Briscoe on the outside looked like he was pretty much locked onto Wallace all the way through the corner. Maybe just a slight bit off of him so he can quickly get to him on the back straightaway. That you'd want to push all the way through the center of the corner. That's never a good thing. Players lining up well. Chase Briscoe moving up the racetrack quite a bit through the center of the corner. He got a bit tight. Stacks up a long line of cars behind him. Now he gets a push away from the rest of the pack, but Kyle Larson will take the move to the inside of the 19 rather than the 19 going low. Larson passes Briscoe, uses the draft up the 45, nearly clears the 23, thought about moving up, thought better. Now gets a push down the back straight from his teammate William Byron. Reddick blocks low, slight move to the outside for Larson, side drafts the right rear quarter panel of Reddick, nose to nose for the lead off of turn 4. Teammates are crisscrossed here. You got the 24 pushing the 45 and the 23 pushing the 5. Rather than the HMS cars and the 2311 Toyotas linked up. Kind of pushing the opposing car right now. Reddick gets the better of the pushes and hangs on to the lead. It looked like Larson was going to have a shot at it. Wallace gives Larson another push into 3. Reddick thought for the block, but the run was too big, and Larson will take over the lead again. 33 lead changes at the line. Run after run after run, and everybody's taking it every chance they get. There's been no calmness to this race as we're just past halfway. And down to just 26 laps to go in stage 2. Wallace back to the inside of Reddick for second. Briscoe with the run is clear. Stays to the high side. You really only want the bottom to kind of pull out a line and make the pass. You don't want to get stuck there for too long. Trackhouse teammates SVG and Connor Zilich up inside the top 10. Here's Kyle Busch with Josh Sims exiting the infield care center.
I didn't get the best of exits off of 2 there, but when I drifted out to the wall, I was trying to get back straight, and he never checked up and ran me as hard as he could to get me back going, to get my momentum back going again. But when a guy's a little out of shape, you got to give him a second to collect it before you just ram him, or at least try to check up and push gently. But yeah, these days.
Larson led that lap, but maybe not going to lead the next as Bubba Wallace gets underneath him and looking for a shot at the lead into turns 1 and 2. Joey Logano out of nowhere is going to take it 3 wide for third, just behind the 23 and the 5. He is underneath the 45 and 24, but nobody goes with him. Chastain's going to push the fellow Chevy of Byron forward. And Chastain makes a move for himself underneath the Byron 3 wide. Byron had to lift and loses not only the spot to Chastain, but Briscoe and Logano get by as well. So they split him 3 wide. Byron trying to get the momentum back, but he falls already to 7th. Chastain slingshots now to the outside into 1 and 2. He's all over the racetrack, but making moves at an abundance. And he's up to 3rd with a big gap between himself and the 2nd place car, Reddick. He has another one down the backstretch. He'll get to the outside of Reddick into 3 after a push from Briscoe. And Ross Chastain, every corner picking off 1 to 2 cars. And the Wendy's machine might have a shot to go for the lead this time by. 3 by 3 by 3, middle of the pack around Blaney, Bell. Looks like Suarez all in the middle. Gregson, actually. Suarez on the bottom of everything. And his Spire Motorsports Chevy. See if they flash back to the front of the field here at all. Chastain will have a shot on the front stretch. Again, tailwind on the front stretch and a headwind down the back straightaway. More moves have been made for the lead in turn 1 than turn 3. Chastain had the run, but stays to the back of Kyle Larson for now. See if they just try to get it single file for a while and then maybe make a move later. Oh, never mind. Chase Briscoe got underneath the Chastain. Might have broke the momentum for Ross. Ross pinched him off on the exit of turn 2, almost made contact, slowed him up, and Bubba Wallace from 5th going 3 wide through turn 3, trying to get by the 19 and the 24. Currently, the Xfinity fastest lap of the race is Carson Hocevar with a 186.19 mile per hour average lap speed. And I'll go back down to see exactly what that lap time is on my sheet here. As Hocevar is on the lead lap, of course, now in this stage of 29.776 was the lap time of the fastest lap for Carson. All right, so Larson leads still. Chastain still at 2nd. Wallace had that 3 wide move to get to 3rd. Stays there for right now as Fox will be headed to a side-by-side commercial break late in stage 2. We have a little less than 20 laps to go now. Front of the pack for the moment, it is still Larson. Kyle Larson leads, Bubba Wallace 2nd, Ross Chastain 3rd, William Byron 4th, Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Larson Wallace side by side off of turn 2. Wallace slipped to the outside of Larson after Kyle tried to block the bottom on entry into the corner. Ross Chastain goes with the Chevrolet, pushes Larson well out into the lead. He also might have had a pull from the lap car. J.J. Yaley is getting passed off turn 4. Larson quite a ways out ahead of the pack, though, on the front stretch, and Wallace with an even bigger run this go-around is going to be able to take the lead. So last lap off turn 2, couldn't get to the lead. Into turn 1, the following lap, Wallace out in front of the pack again. Larson, with help from his teammate, gets the shot and is looking to take the lead back. Wallace never officially going to get the lead change there because Larson will lead consecutive laps, but back out in front he goes. Carson Hocevar is moving through this field right now. He's all the way up inside the top 10. He's making a 3-wide move underneath the Chase Elliott and Shane Van Gisbergen. Hocevar up to about 7th after being 2 laps down at the end of stage 1. He has a shot to get stage points in stage 2 after all. Give a huge shot to Ross Chastain. Gets Ross settled back into the outside line in 4th, and now Hocevar's the first car on the bottom and doesn't have any help. He had Reddick behind him, and then Reddick moves to the outside. Hocevar, after making all those moves, now starting to go backwards. He's got Bell to his outside still, and they battle for about 9th. Couple other cars pulling to the bottom. Trackhouse Chevys working together. Shane Van Gisbergen and Ross Chastain inside the top 5. Kyle Larson in the 5 car controlling both lanes, top to bottom. 13 laps to go, stage 2 at the line. Chastain clear barely for second in front of Wallace. Still blocks him on the front stretch. And Wallace is going to get passed by another car, that being the 24 of William Byron. Byron's so close to clearing off turn 2, but has to give the room to the 23. Haven't seen Christopher Bell, the defending winner of this race, much. He is now up again battling with Hocevar 3 wide with Alex Bowman underneath both of them. Bowman crashed out early in the Daytona 500 last week. Poor finish. He needs a good run here this week for points to start this season. And he had no stage points in stage 1. Chastain almost clear of Larson, forces him wide, but gave him enough room off the corner, and Larson fairly again holds on to the lead. Luckily for Larson, he had the help down the back straightaway from Bubba Wallace to give him that push. Wallace down to try to block the 19. Briscoe clear for 3rd on Chastain, pulled out a line for that pass from 4th to 3rd. Each of the top 4 are moving forward, and they're going to try to split the leader into turn 1. Chastain got a piece of the wall in 4th place, while the 2nd and 3rd place cars split by Larson 3 wide. Briscoe gets to the lead. Wallace is on the outside of the 5. The 24 still tries to help his teammate Larson, gives him a push into 3. And we'll see if Chastain can kind of settle in here after falling out of the top 10 for making contact with the wall in turns 1 and 2 the last lap. There isn't too much damage on his race car. Doesn't look like he's got a tire rub or anything, so that's good. Stiffer chassis bodies with these next-gen cars. They don't fold quite as easily as what you'd see in the Xfinity Series when they had a couple of tire rubs yesterday because of either wall contact or car-to-car contact. Slightly more durable. So for the first time today, it is Chase Briscoe out in front at Atlanta. His best finish here, 15th, 2 different times. He hasn't even scored a top 10 at the racetrack. That is both pre and post the reconfiguration. Larson got clipped Bubba Wallace down the back straightaway, trying to move back into the outside in the left rear. Maybe stalled Bubba's momentum out just a little bit. Larson was able to get in line. Here comes Bell for the first time today up inside the top 3. He's inside of Larson for 3rd. They make contact off turn 4. I think Bell tried to side draft him, and they came together. Bell got the worst of it by way of slowing down more because Reddick was the one pushing the 5 car along. No pushing help from behind for Larson initially. He actually got taken 3 wide for a brief moment by SVG, and now it's like straight for the wall up turn 2. That was actually Carson Hocevar. He's got to be careful. He ended up having that flat right side tire because of wall contact back in stage 1. Got a bit wide off turn 2 that time. And Van Gisbergen, who was testing the bottom on Larson a couple laps ago, going backwards in the draft. Car splitting by him. Ryan Blaney with about 7 to go in the stage. He's trying to creep up into the top 10. He's right behind SVG. He took fresh tires along with Denny Hamlin and a few others at the last caution. Restarted with 29 to go, so 22 laps for Blaney to come from outside the top 20 to about 12. 6 to go in the stage now, and it's 2 Toyotas, 1-2 in front of the pack. Wallace in second, and it is Briscoe in the lead. Briscoe laid into the corner down to the middle lane. Larson stuck in the middle 3 wide and losing momentum. Looks like his car got a bit wiggly off turn 2. Didn't really have any push help. Elliott had his teammate Byron to give him a shove. Oh, Chastain got so sideways in the middle of 3 and 4. It was 3 wide middle, center of the corner, rear of the car coming out from underneath of him. Made a great save, albeit losing even more positions, but keeps the car intact. Top of the field kind of strung out now. Wallace is going to go to the outside of Briscoe. Briscoe had been pulling down to the middle to kind of protect the bottom, and he ended up not only giving up the outside, but tries to hang on the 23 for too long. Larson gets by both of them. What a move by Kyle Larson. 3rd to 1st, 3 wide to the bottom, and an even more aggressive move just behind by Byron, his teammate. late dive into turn one. Almost had contact with Briscoe. He's clear into second. Reddick blocking the inside all the way down to the white line on the bottom of the track as he gets a push from Zane Smith on the back straightaway, and things are getting testy up here towards the front of the pack with the late going of stage two ongoing. 3 laps left. Larson, Byron, Wallace, your top three. And they're getting out ahead from the rest of the pack. John Barber, thanks for tuning in. Thank you for the, or not tuning in, but thanks for the $20 super chat. Greatly appreciate that. Little travel money on the trip to Dakota. I greatly appreciate that, John. We'll get to the other shout outs here at the end of the stage. We're getting close. Top 3 cars still kind of strung out. It's going to be hard for those guys to get a run. Shane Van Gisbergen, quite the gap in fourth to the third place car of Wallace in front of him. We shall see if he's going to have enough of a run to try to get after these cars in front. 1 lap to go in stage 2. Byron is going to make a move on his teammate Larson into turn 1. Larson trying to pinch him down, but Byron's going to be clear middle of the corner on Larson, but not on Wallace, who sneaks underneath both cars. And now it's Wallace and Reddick, the 2311 Toyotas, on the bottom, working together against Larson and Byron up high. Reddick gets tight. Wallace all on his own on the inside. Byron's pulled Larson. Larson comes all the way from top to bottom to block. He's going to slide on the front stretch as we got a photo finish to the end of the stage in front of him. SVG went down into the grass. What was Larson thinking? And he's out of the race because I think he made contact with the outside wall head on as he came across the track after clipping SVG. I mean, he went like 3 lanes to try to make that block and just turned himself. Coming to the end of the stage off turn 4. Oh my gosh, that was ugly. Luckily enough for SVG, he slides through the grass. He really doesn't have any damage. He does lose stage points, though. Those guys were battling for about third off turn 4. Neither one of them gets stage points, and Larson's going to be done for the day. They're going to show a replay here. Yeah, Larson was on the top of the track. He cuts all the way to the bottom, and there was just no room. I don't know. I mean, that looked like that was just bad. I mean, there's no way around it. That was just a bad move. And then he hits very hard. Right front first, kind of nose first into the wall, middle of the front stretch. Yeah, that looked bad. I mean, he just kept coming down like there was nobody there. And he wasn't even close to clearing either, because where he made contact with SVG pretty much had his right front tire contacted by Larson's left rear corner panel. Like, it was not close. I don't know if the spotter called him clear or what. But that was pretty ugly. Side-by-side photo finish to the line between Bubba Wallace and William Byron for the stage win, and it was Bubba Wallace who wins the stage. 19 stage points today for the driver of the 23. It's a second stage win already this season. Remember, he won stage 2 in the Daytona 500 last week and led the most laps in that race. So great start to the season for Wallace on points. 2 stage wins, ton of laps led today as well. William Byron second in the stage, Chase Briscoe third. There's a nose Wallace got Byron by. Tyler Reddick was fourth and Chase Elliott fifth. 6th was Carson Hocevar. 7th was Ryan Blaney. Ryan Preece 8th. Brad Keselowski 9th. Shane Van Gisbergen still scored in 10th. So I don't know if the caution came out before they got to the start-finish line because Larson was coming back across the racetrack. Everybody luckily missed Larson. So that might sort out a running order just a little bit differently. Because SVG, I wouldn't think was in 10th because of being involved in the incident. Unofficially, that's your stage 2 results. Blaney and Keselowski pitted for tires under that last caution, so they came from outside the top 20 to finish 7th and 9th there. Brad brought his teammate Ryan Preece with him as well. Hendrick Motorsports had a good thing going, and they still do with Byron in 2nd and Elliott 5th, but now they've lost a car. Kyle Larson, who led quite a few laps today, but he's going to be out now. And he's going to finish outside the top 30. 47 laps led today for Kyle Larson. I believe that is the most of any driver up to this point, which is about 100 to go. 26 laps led for Logano. That was all stage 1. 38 for Reddick. Yeah, Larson's led the most laps so far, and he's out of the race. And still will be winless on a drafting oval in his Cup career. So, Thomas, thanks for tuning in. Winter Olympic Games is over. Yep. Congratulations to the U.S. men's hockey team earlier. That was a thrilling game to watch this morning when I got up. Their gold medal match with Canada. Big hockey guy myself. I'm a big Red Wings fan. Been keeping up with the women's and men's hockey team during the Olympics the most. And pretty fun watch. Had a couple really tight games there down the stretch. Papa Lou, thanks for tuning in. Thanks from Akron. Akron, all right, cool. I'm actually going to be heading up to Cleveland right after the stream's over. Dark Crypto, thanks for tuning in. Seth Thomas. Doris Connors, I think I shouted you out already, but why not get another one? John Barber, again, thanks for that $20 super chat. Greatly appreciate it. And Inside Uranus for the $10 super chat earlier in stage 2 as well. Fifth caution of the race today as Larson spins right at the end of stage 2. Trying to make a block on Shane Van Gisbergen coming to the line. It's head on into the outside wall. This car's on the record and back in the garage area. Another classic Larson just removed the backfire. I just don't understand it. I mean, it wasn't even for the stage win either. It was for 3rd place. And even if it was for the stage win, you got to think big picture for the race win side. That pays way more than a stage. A race win's 55 points. A stage win is 10, for instance. So, I mean, it's just, that was a foolish move. I mean, every point matters, but not to that extent. It was bad because he was literally against the wall on the outside of the track, cuts all the way down to the white line when he was nowhere near clear. I mean, he moved down like there was nobody there. 3 lanes of traffic. Bubba Wallace, the stage 2 winner. Congrats to him. He's off to a great start this season. Tyler Reddick was the points leader. His teammate coming in. Both those 2311 Toyotas have looked great today. Wallace and Reddick. They both split for a ton of laps led. Pit road going to be open this time by 20 laps led today for Wallace, and Reddick has led the 38.
And I agree with, I think you got to put full tires on right here to put yourself in position at the end of the race. So,
Well, we saw drivers like Ryan Preece with new tires blast right through the field. So get them while you can. Now's the time, right?
yeah, and guys like you said, Ryan Priest and a couple of those guys that did put tires on, they made a difference.
All right, here they come, Jamie.
Blaine Byron having a great race so far, discredited with his first lap lead of the season as they get the countdown for the 24. He said, I need a little bit more grip and action to grip. It's getting better as the fun goes on. So overall, the car is good. They're going to leave it neutral. Well, air pressure truck and 4 tires, Josh.
The 19 of Chase Briscoe said that car at the pit snug, but he likes it, allowing him to be more aggressive. 4 tires but feel for them. Bubba Wallace, they really got that car dialed in the second stage, and more time on the change than as well, Rich. Tyler Reddick's been pleased with the 45 car all day long. No different this time. No balance changes. They wouldn't wait on the field with.
Oh!
Saw Chase Briscoe had to back up to get out of his box. And that cost him a second or two. Couple 2 tires. Bubba Wallace.
I think that was Keselowski out in the grass because his teammate Ryan Preece underneath him kind of ran him wide coming out of the pits. Friendly fire there. A little less than 100 laps to go, just over 2 hours into the race. 5 cautions, 40 lead changes, 36 laps under yellow. Stage 1 winner was Austin Cindric. Stage 2 winner, Bubba Wallace. 19 stage points for Bubba today. Finished second back at stage 1 as well. Greetings to all of you tuning in or that have stayed tuned in throughout the course of today's live commentary stream. We're going to take a quick break while we're under commercial. Stage 3 underway shortly. You're listening live on KRC. Since it's the end of stage 2, we're going to end the chat poll. 259 votes were casted for who you think is going to win today's race. 49% taking somebody other than Elliott, Blaney, or Keselowski for the win. 31% have Chase Elliott. He's having a pretty good day today. Ryan Blaney, only 11% of the votes. In my pick, Brad Keselowski, 9% of the votes. I'll now ask you another question. Which man you back? Sure. Spelled that wrong. Gosh. Will at Atlanta. Chevy. Toyota. Ford. I have a pretty good idea who's going to win this poll. But try not to let your heart get in the way of who you're picking to win today's race. Even though I think the Chevys have been fast, I just feel like the Chevys are going to get the most votes here. But by popularity. Yeah, there they go. But Toyota's looking very, very fast. And they won the Daytona 500 too. Bit of a scary thing. I'm not sure of the language that the username is from that just entered the chat, but thank you for tuning in. Fluent in English, at least. Get our leaderboard back up and running now. Our like goal, 150 for today's stream. We're at 128 as of right now. So again, like goal is 150. We're at 128 entering stage 3. At the end of stage 2, it is time for a die-cast showing. I show you guys a die-cast every Cup Series live commentary race stream at the end of stage 2. Various truck and O'Reilly races this year. I just want to make sure I'm only hitting each one once. This is a first career win paint scheme / car, and it is for a driver who won their first ever race at Atlanta. So coincidentally, I want to show this race car off for this Atlanta race. This is Kevin Harvick and his rookie car from 2001. I know I showed off the Kevin Harvick 2007 Daytona 500 paint scheme car with the Shell Pennzoil colors, so kind of odd that I'm starting the season off back-to-back Harvick schemes. But, you know, I tried to keep it themed with the race winner from that weekend. So here we go. Kevin Harvick, former Atlanta winner, spring race, in fact, 2001. There's the rookie stripes on the car. And I so wish they didn't take away the rookie stripes from the back of the car. across the top 3 series in NASCAR. They did that starting, I believe, this year. And not this year, it was last year they started. Either way, I don't like it. Bring the rookie stripes back. And this is actually autographed on the roof of the race car as well. One of only a few diecasts that I do have autographed. So that is our Stage 2 diecast showing 2001 Kevin Harvick White Goodrich team. I actually like the alternate black one he ran in 2002, even though he didn't win a race in that car, where it was black numbers with the white body of the race car. But the red one, it's classic and obviously a historic race that day. Not only getting that first career win, but beating Jeff Gordon, the later season champion, and obviously the best that the sport had to offer at that time for the race win by a nose. In the car Dale Sr. drove just a few weeks prior, and his untimely passing, obviously now 25 years since that 2001 season. So, showing off that paint scheme for the day. Shorter pit stop for fuel purposes because of the pit stops towards the end of Stage 2 allow for Ryan Blaney and Zane Smith to be on the front row for the restart. The arcade boards are up there as well in the top 5, the rest of them, in fact. Priest, Busher, and Keselowski. With Keselowski and Busher in row 2. Denny Hamlin lined up in row 3. He also hit pit road during that last caution. No stage points today for Denny in Stage 1 or Stage 2. On the Chevys, who were for Hendrick Motorsports, as well as the 22311 Toyotas, they're not too deep in the field. Same for Chastain, who's up there towards the end of Stage 2. They're all restarting around 10th place on back. So they are still very much in it. 90 laps to go. Zane Smith led the first green flag lap of the stage. He gets up against the wall on the back straightaway. That was odd. They were well out of the corner. Maybe it was looking out of the rearview mirror too much. Scrapes the wall. A mistake by the young driver Zane Smith allows for Brad Keselowski to take the lead. A piece of that fender kind of taken out because of clipping, I believe it was Austin Dillon in a crash earlier. That wreck they had off turn 2 in the middle of the second stage. Ryan Blaney getting backed up behind Smith, and Smith is not doing well in traffic right now either with that damage. As he's falling to 4th, and Blaney's going to try to slip to his outside, I believe. And he will. Briscoe was able to pass by the bottom. Contact between Cole Custer and Zane Smith out of turn 2. Custer gets loose. 3 wide and tight into 3. Now 4 wide in the middle of the corner. Wallace and Bell inside and out. Splitting by SVG and Cole Custer, and they made it through the corner. That could have been disastrous. Blaney pushes Briscoe from 3rd to the inside for 2nd on Keselowski, who lead the field first time today. Denny Hamlin is out in front. Carson Hocevar out of the lead, trapped again. I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe problems for Carson Hocevar. We'll keep an eye on that. And he's out of the draft right now. One caution, he's caught right back up again as long as he can stay on the lead lap. And if he does fall lap down, he's just got to be the first car off the lead lap. Denny Hamlin leads for the first time. He's not won a drafting oval in the next-gen era. And Atlanta has not been one of his better tracks in the next-gen era when it comes to just racetracks overall, but the drafting ovals as well. If Denny can get the race win here today. The Toyotas have looked strong, but we haven't really seen the JGR Toyotas towards the front much. Briscoe led for a bit earlier. He's the only JGR Toyota to lead. Various times Bell was in the top 10. We really hadn't seen Denny anywhere near the front of the field until now. It was the 2311 Toyotas of Reddick and Wallace who were leading all those laps early. Had a single file for right now. William Byron to the inside of Blaney for 4th. Simultaneously, Briscoe out of line going for 2nd on Keselowski. He's clear. Byron could not get clear in front of Blaney as he stayed tight to the 6th. And Byron's going to lose several positions because of failing to make the pass for 4th. He's now in 6th. Keselowski, one straight corner after losing 2nd place, will try to get it back. Chase Briscoe leads. Hamlin has fallen to 2nd. But Keselowski not able to get by the 11 car either. Still stays underneath him down into turns 3 and 4. They're tightly side by side. Brad stuck on the inside. Another straightaway. Bubba Wallace trying to draft up behind him. Not close enough to give him a push. Keselowski fades to now being door-to-door for 5th place with Chastain. Blaney cleared for 3rd. He's the highest running Ford. Highest running Chevrolet is Byron in 4th. Also single file with those leaders in front of him. Most laps led today, Kyle Larson so far in the Autotrader 400. Chastain from 4th, pulls out a line on Blaney, going for 3rd. Keselowski will push him on the front stretch. Blaney getting a shove as well from behind. Front straightaway wise to keep him door to door with the 1. That was the 24. Byron helping him out. Blaney's got a pretty big run on this high side off turn 2. Down the back straightaway, but Hamlin stays single file. Maybe going to just kind of keep the 19 in the lead for as long as possible. We'll see if the Toyotas can kind of take over at the front of the field. Lots of racing to go here at Atlanta. Take a look at the running order in full right now. Chase Briscoe is in the lead. Denny Hamlin in 2nd. Ryan Blaney 3rd. William Byron 4th. And Ross Chastain in 5th. 6th place is Chase Elliott. Bubba Wallace in 7th. Brad Keselowski 8th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 9th. Ryan Preece is 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th. Christopher Bell 12th. 13th is Eric Jones. 14th, Daniel Suarez and Tyler Reddick 15th. Joey Logano in 16th. 17th is Ty Dillon. Alex Bowman 18th. Connor Zilic 19th. And AJ Allmendinger is 20th. Austin Cindric 21st. Noah Gragson 22nd. 23rd, Michael McDowell. 24th, Cole Custer. Austin Dillon in 25th. Then you got John Hunter Nemechek 26th. Cody Ware 27th. Zane Smith 28th. Carson Hocevar 29th. And first car 1 lap down is Todd Gilliland in 30th. J.J. Haley on track 5 laps down in 31st. And everybody out of the race from 32nd on back. That'd be Kyle Larson 32nd. Kyle Busch 33rd. B.J. McLeod 34th. 35th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Riley Herbst 36th. Ty Gibbs 37th. And 38th, Josh Berry will finish last here today at Atlanta. 13 positions gained on the restart for Briscoe to get to the lead as quickly as he was able to do it. And he's out in front, pacing the field right now. As calm as it's been really all day up at the front of the pack. Kyle Larson with Josh Sims outside of the infield care center.
Hamlin in the end of that stage, and unfortunately, they contacted 97. What can you from your perspective?
In my brain, I knew the 45 had been inside of me, and then when I got carried in, I wanted to just cut the distance. And I guess, the 97 was out of my corner mirror. So yeah, and on the left, and then I ran right into him. So yeah, I guess when my comment of I thought that I was, or I didn't know that was 3 wide, which I never was. I just realized I'm in 97 and never gotten inside the 45. So just off my fault. Hey, yeah, just need to listen more, I guess, and not just react off what I feel sometimes. But yeah, had a lot of fun today. Our guy into really strong and want to be in the mix, and yeah, just a big error. So you hate it. Yeah, it's really hated my team. Switching field.
Well, and just to give you some sort of reference of how you can relate to what Kyle Larson is talking about, that's like the blind spot in your car, right? And he is so focused on what he's doing with his gears and everything, and he sounds like he kind of just lost track of the spotter. So, but that 97 car was just in that blind spot when the gears don't work. You got 2 of them in there, but
in all fairness, did sneak up there, right? Into that blind spot. I think go down to the bottom and doing everything he could do to get the position. But yeah, I agree with you. That is a really good definition of the blind spot being exactly what it is.
So Kyle Larson out of the race along with Kyle Busch, B.J. McLeod, Ricky Stenhouse, Riley Herbst, Ty Gibbs, and Josh Berry.
186 laps to go here at Atlanta. Lap 186, 75 to go. Now it's down to 74 to go. Lap 187. My bad on that. I was going to say, it's been a long race so far. I mean, pretty quick in race time. We've only been racing for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. But we had 186 laps left on a super speedway. That'd be a long ways to go yet to get to the finish. That is not the case here. No fuel saving up at the front of the field with the single file racing going on right now. It's just kind of tame by way of who wants to make a move up at the front. Maybe trying to stay in the draft, keep things more calm, try to coordinate their track position with not having to go for the lead, and maybe all heck is going to break loose a little later. Everybody will have to pit at some point in time in stage 3 before we get to the end. They cannot make it on fuel this entire final stage. So in the event of us going green for 70, 80 plus laps, we will see green flag pit stops. And here at Atlanta, that is going to be very interesting. We saw green flag stops at Daytona and the 500 at the end of stage 3 last week. And if we see that here at Atlanta, much different pit road. Pit road entry is in turn 3. 90 miles per hour from turn 3 through turn 4. And then when you get to the actual front stretch at the entrance of what would be pit road, then the speed limit gets dropped to 45 miles per hour. We're at 70 laps to go as of right now. Your top 5, Chase Briscoe in the lead, Denny Hamlin second, Ryan Blaney third, William Byron fourth, and Ross Chastain in fifth. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage of today's Autotrader 400. I asked a second question in the chat as far as who's going to win this race manufacturer-wise. 43 votes so far. Chevrolet at 60% of those votes. 21% taking Toyota. 19% have Ford going to victory lane. And right now it's Toyota 1-2 at the front of the field. Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin. Highest Ford, Ryan Blaney in third, and Byron in fourth leads the Chevy camp. Frank Powers, thanks for tuning in. Missed it, stuck at work. Oh, that stinks. Well, thanks for tuning in. Anyway, we've had concurrently 200 people plus watch it for quite some time. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We are at 130. Our goal is to get to 150. So we have 20 likes to get to our goal for today's stream. We have a little less than 70 laps left now. All right. And subscribe for more NASCAR content. Live commentary streams like this every NASCAR race weekend for races I don't go to in person. We do truck O'Reilly Cup races on the channel, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. Select ARCA races like Daytona last week, Talladega in the spring. And the Indy 500 I'll be doing on the channel, live commentary-wise this year. Rolex 24 last month in January. The marquee American motorsport events usually is what we try to stick with here on the channel. I'll be at COTA next weekend for the Cup race, though, so there will not be any live commentary next weekend. There will be a race highlight video from the grandstand uploaded on Sunday. And I will see you back and better than ever again just a couple days later. And come back from commercial, let you listen into the Fox booth. Up into their following commercial after that. The only green flag action in stage 3. Yeah, trucks will be at St. Petersburg next weekend, and then O'Reilly and Cup action is going to be at COTA. Your start times for that, let me pull that up real quick as well. Just so you know where to watch next weekend. Well, you'll be missing me. It's my NASCAR app loads. It's taking a minute. Truck Series race at St. Petersburg will be Saturday afternoon at noon next weekend. The O'Reilly race at COTA at 3 p.m. Eastern. And the Cup race at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday.
Morning was stage. You're starting to see that 23, 45, 19, 1, a lot of the same cars show back up. I'm really concerned about the 12 of Blaney, having his tire deficit and knowing that his car hasn't been handling good. So as it's going to go, we'll see if that handling starting to affect this 12 car any.
Larry, I know it's too early here, but it's pretty calm here. Could we see a green flag stop? Well, we're a ways away from that camp. Remember, the fuel window was somewhere around 70 to 74 laps. We went back racing with 91 to go. Right now, being at lap 196, when Wendell gets there, you're not gonna stop short. You're not gonna split it in half. You're gonna run as far as you can. I'm staying around lap 240, so just over 3 laps from now, 240 to 245.
That could have been big right there.
Yeah, and we saw that 12 car pull out. I'm sitting here thinking, well, we hadn't seen it all day. Been talking about how he might not be able to do it, but he didn't clear him. And now he's got himself in a position to where,
And look at him going up the racetrack. Had to
Tight.
lift and now
Got
bubbles
tight.
on the bottom. That's exactly right. Not where that 12 wanted to be. Tried to chase him. And when Brad Keselowski, I think he got in the wall just a little bit. Ends up driving by Chase Elliott. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for lifting for me. That could have been the big one.
46 lead changes so far, and still 62. Still
These Toyotas, they win the handling game for the day. Everybody else is going to get the fits and push and shove. And we got one around right here. FPG got it all before.
yeah, looks like he's had some contact with the inside wall right there.
And that'll put us under caution with a 6th time today. He was running 12.
Front brake. Flat right rear tire, but I think that might have been after the spin for SVG.
Go to the front. You see him right here in the middle. This thing just gets loose, guys. He said it, loose and loose. Watch it, trying to stay off. The cars in front of him, obviously, are, well, 2 and 3 wide. That thing came right out from underneath of him.
And that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the race. When it just, with your car in these weird spots and you're comfortable, you've been in there driving all day, and all of a sudden, that thing is like, wow. Before you even know what happened, because of the unjust way that you're in the middle like that, and all the things that are happening with the car, and it's just light on its feet and can do that. Any car here can do that at any time.
Or he almost ended up right in Austin Simbrick's lap. You don't like the Simbrick. Just
He had just chosen to move up at the right time, didn't he? He'd have been right. He'd have been right in his lap.
Well, I'm screaming to Larry right now to put 4 tires on my car. I'm old school, but as much as just spinning out and all the things that are happening, if you're questionable, I'm putting 4 on.
You may want 4 tires. I'm not sure I'm going to change 4
They're
tires.
not going to give them to me. I'm mad at you.
Give one time. I'm in. I'm not leaving till you give me 4.
That's right.
Most all the lead lap cars come in. Todd Gilliland gets the free pass, and that will put him back on the lead lap. So we'll restart with 30 cars on the lead lap. Yeah, everybody in through the 60 laps to go. And we are seeing like so many tire changes along it. But that 12 car did, was watching him in the back, and that car did not take wrong side tire. I don't think he took any time. He did not get him to the 12. A lot of fuel only, actually. I think including Briscoe with the 19. Well, the ball probably got stuck there. Very narrow pit road and very short pit boxes compared to Daytona where they were last week.
Well, I like these guys right here, putting 4 tires on their car. And I see Ralph Chastain is one of those cars right there. And I just think it puts you in a position to be more aggressive as you get towards the end of this race, but we'll see.
All right, the first 8 cars get to long pit road, took no tires. We'll see how that plays out.
All right. Commercial break on Fox as we have a late caution here at the Atlanta Echo Park Speedway. There we go. Not Atlanta Motor Speedway anymore, Echo Park Speedway. 136 likes on the channel now. Thank you, everybody, for hitting that like button if you have done so far. Our like goal is just 14 away. And to get to 7,000 subscribers on the channel, we're getting close to that number as well. Pull up my YouTube Studio app real quick. We are sitting at 6,955. So just 45 subs away from 7 grand. If you haven't hit the subscribe button yet, definitely do so. It's your place for NASCAR content every weekend. Throughout the NASCAR season, live commentary streams like this for truck, for O'Reilly Racing. Had a lot of great racing so far this weekend. It's been a pretty good race so far today at Atlanta. Had a fun one that we watched yesterday for both the truck and O'Reilly races. Wild finishes in both, and I think we'll have another wild finish at the very least for this one. Anyone going to Michigan? Yeah, I'll be at the Michigan race. I go there every year. It's my home track. I have been there 10 times now. So it'll be 11 this year. Every year since 2018 in the spring. I went both races in 18, both in 19. 2020, I obviously missed both because of the COVID year. They didn't have any fans. But then every year from 2021 to 25, saw the single races there. Do my math correctly. Well, that would have been 9. And then I was also there for my first race ever, which was the summer of 2015. Matt Kenseth won that day. It's the only Matt Kenseth win I've seen in person. Of course, he wasn't really racing full time anymore when I was going to races regularly starting in 2018. But yeah, I went for the first time in 15. So yeah, I've been there 10 times, and the last 9 races they've had fans there for, I've been. So number 11 this year. Denny Hamlin won the race off pit road with the fuel only stop. A lot of fuel only stops for those at the front of the field now. So Hamlin leads, Tyler Reddick in second, Ryan Blaney third, Chase Elliott in fourth. Joey Logano fifth, Chase Briscoe is in sixth. 7th place is Brad Keselowski, William Byron 8th, AJ Allmendinger 9th, Austin Cindric rounds out the top 10. Going this year, infield second time, awesome. Any idea why it's not called Atlanta? It's because Echo Park paid for sponsorship for the racetrack. And the Smith family that owns SMI was like, yeah, sure, you can name it. Echo Park Speedway, you're giving us millions of dollars. Here you go. So now it's Echo Park Speedway. Same reason why Lowe's sponsored Charlotte for like 10 years through the 2000s. I think they sponsored it. I think it was an 8-year contract. I think it was 03 to 2010. They sponsored, Lowe's sponsored Charlotte. And it was Lowe's Motor Speedway. ISM sponsored Phoenix there for a few years through the 2010 ISM Speedway. It's same deal. Probably won't be the last one. I can't remember how many years it's supposed to be Echo Park. It'll be back to Atlanta someday. I just don't know when. Green flag going to be back in the air here for Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick. Reddick really lagging back on the restart. My goodness. Did not fire off well at all. Blaney and Hamlin are clear into turn 1 on the outside of rows 1 and 2. Reddick short way around the track will pull back to the inside of Blaney. Not quite going to be able to get clear of him, though, off the exit of turn 2, and Briscoe will now push the 12. Oh, Reddick was able to get by Blaney. I think Hamlin being on the bottom on the back straightaway, Reddick was able to get enough of a draft and not only pulled past Ryan Blaney, but stayed to the inside as Hamlin moved back to the outside into the corner when Reddick had that run down the backstretch. And Tyler Reddick, a great restart, failing to stay with the 12th car into turn 1, still ends up with the lead by the end of the lap. 51 lead changes today. I believe we had 64 in the Daytona 500 last week. And we still have about 53 laps to go here today. Hamlin and Reddick are side by side for the lead. We'll see if we'll get another lead change at the line. We would if Hamlin leads. And as they get to the stripe, I don't even know. Maybe Reddick. That was so close. So close. It's too close to call. And it's gridlock 2x2 most of the way through the field. Once Reddick got Hamlin to his outside about a lap and a half ago, everybody's just kind of jammed in behind him. Blaney Byron in rows 2, inside and out. Byron on the bottom, Blaney up high, had a run at the end of the front stretch. Making a push to the 2 cars in front of him. Laps led, Toyota dominated, won the Daytona 500 last week with Tyler Reddick. Today, they're dominating in laps led, mostly by 2311's Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace, but now leading it is Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick. 52 laps to go.
If you can hang on here with the old tires and with the new tires, make the difference to be able to get all the way to the front.
Kevin, with his heat car, take it to the speed of that one car. Obviously, you're in that good speed with having Tyler, but can I wait for the tires to wear, or do I need to try to get him ridiculous?
Always press. Yeah, always press. Always go forward, just like that.
Exactly what you see.
Take the runs. He's not going to finish this pass right here, but he's got the 23 car right there behind him. Going to leave him hanging.
That's why you push it for that, right?
Yeah, I think anytime the quicker you can get control of the race, the better you're going to be. So he's going to have to reset and start over right here. That didn't work out.
Let's check with Jamie.
I think that's something about Ryan Blaney right there in the middle in the 12. They told me coming in here, his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, he said they came with a different setup. They wanted to try something a little bit better. They were curious about it. But they feel like it would handle better. It hasn't been terribly warm today, but it certainly hasn't been perfect. Unfortunately, had that penalty early that you had to overcome. But they took 0 tires this time. Last time they took left side was up in stage 2. Right.
And I think best case for them is try to keep themselves up front. I don't get a huge confidence boost out of that, but sometimes if you could just put yourself up in the front of that can make good blocks like he had been doing and not get shuffled to the 7th or have the handling take over. You can make it work, but it's going to be about.
They need a person in there. You see, good.
That's a lot, and it's a lot like Bubba Wallace was saying. What he means by that, is give me a lane where I can have that outside. You shoot to the bottom, let me stay on the outside. You're going to be a short way around. We're going to be back off the 2 or off the 4 where we need to be. But if you make me check up and stack us all up, it loses their momentum. Exactly what Bubba Wallace was saying. He run section.
Now here comes Ryan Blaney with Austin Cindric with him. Cindric showed in stage 1 he could drive back of the field to the front.
Yeah, he's definitely had the best forward consistently all day and been able to hang on throughout the long runs like we saw in stage 1. So right now, Ryan Blaney knows he has a great pusher behind him and a good car. And the best thing for Blaney is that right there. Let him be in control at the front of one of these lines to keep the handling of his car good.
That was a scenario where he had to go to that outside. Whether Denny liked it or not, Blaney had the run and the momentum was coming on both sides. You got to block one of them.
Oh, Briscoe. Briscoe almost got against the wall.
Look how many of the Corey effect stacked all the nuts. Put back to Briscoe, Madonna back there.
And you see Bubba Wallace pull out of that bottom line. So that's going to stack 3 of those Toyotas in that top lane right now. So you got the 3 Toyotas up top and the three Fords on the bottom.
And where are the Chevrolets? Oh, you've got Elliott Byron back there 7th and 8th, but not really organized.
Their strength has been the last part of these runs. When you talk about the Chevrolets, we saw that in the first stage when it rained green. This is going to go about the same, maybe not quite as far as that first stage, but Chase Briscoe right up against the fence right there.
I will say this, the Fords can build momentum and speed faster than the rest of them, in my opinion. Seems like the runs that they get, the pushes they get are even stronger than some of the rest of them. But the handling.
Oh, Briscoe. Briscoe just got against the fence on the high side. He's going to get bypassed by a ton of cars here on the front stretch. Front of the pack right now, it's Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick side by side for the lead. Blaney's been on the inside most of the time with his teammate Austin Cindric behind him. 2 Toyotas lined up behind Reddick of Hamlin and Wallace now back inside the top 5. Cindric won stage 1. Stage 2 winner was Bubba Wallace, so fitting that they're both up in the top 5 late. Wallace gets tight now in 3 and 4. He had to lift. Backs up Elliott and Byron behind him. Trying to gain a ton of ground. End of the front stretch, catch back up to Hamlin, which he's able to do so. And back up into line again. Track record with 51 lead changes so far. I am not sure what the track record is at Atlanta. With the next gen era and this new super speedway, I don't think we're at that number yet. But we still have about 40 laps to go, so we could get there. Never know. We'll go through the full field running order here with about 42 laps left. Tyler Reddick leads. Ryan Blaney is second. Denny Hamlin third. Austin Cindric fourth. And fifth is Bubba Wallace. Sixth place is Brad Keselowski. Chase Elliott 7. Joey Logano 8. Ninth is William Byron. Ryan Preece rounds out the top 10. 11th is Ross Chastain. Christopher Bell 12th. Chase Briscoe 13th. AJ Allmendinger 14th. And Daniel Suarez 15th. 16th is Eric Jones. 17th, Noah Gragson. Chris Buescher 18th. Alex Bowman 19th. And John Hunter Nemechek is in 20th. Cole Custer 21st. Michael McDowell 22nd. Connor Zilic 23rd. 24th is Ty Dillon. Zane Smith 25th. Austin Dillon 26th. 27th, Todd Gillen. Shane Van Gisbergen 28th. Cody Ware 29th. And Carson Husavar is 30th. Last car in the lead lap. JJ Yaley 31st. 8 laps down. Then everybody out of the race from 32nd on back, which would be Kyle Larson 32nd. Kyle Busch 33rd. BJ McLeod 34th. Riley Herbst 35th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 36th, Ty Gibbs 37th, and Josh Berry 38th. So that rounds out the field. Austin Cindric at the front goes to the lead. Reddick had something happen to him in turns 1 and 2. He falls back with the Toyotas on the outside. All Fords along the bottom. Cindric, Blaney, Keselowski, and Logano. And now with 4 of them up here, can they take control of the race? If I were them, I would get single file as quickly as I can. We haven't seen a multitude of Fords at the front of the field all day. Until now. Blaney going to get a shot from Ross Chastain. Logano was up there in the top 4 for a brief moment. He gets swallowed 3 wide middle. Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace around him. Blaney holds clear in second. 3 wide and tight. Multiple rows at that on the front stretch. 3 rows of 3 wide. Are going to funnel down towards turn 1. Oh, it was Blaney that got loose in front of Reddick. I think Reddick had taken the air off the rear spoiler or something. Maybe pushed him. No, just took the air off the spoiler. He was loose before there was contact. Great save by Blaney. But that's what backed Reddick up and obviously dropped the Toyotas out of contention for now. I mean, they still have plenty of time to get back into it again. Oh, Hamlin sideways up turn 4. He gets loose, and Reddick goes with him. Bowman spins, trying to miss the accident. Buescher's down in the grass. Couple of them crashing up high into the wall as well. Yellow flag is out with about 37 laps to go.
Hamlin got one strike there. Could tell me Andy Helmets. All this. Michael McDowell involved. Connor Zilic.
Tyler Reddick is big, damn, it's been a player all day.
Seventh caution of lap 224. Then from a 500 foot out on the way.
Right. Well, I think we would start around Denny Hamlin, but keep an eye on the 22 car. I think the 22 may have.
Oh, yep.
Hamlin started to get loose, and he had to make one correction, and then the second wiggle is what lost it for him right there.
It looked to me like that 22 lost the nose a little bit in front of him, and I don't know if that disturbed the air. I don't know. But regardless, the 11 car.
Seeing wiggle right there?
Yeah, but did you see the 22 heading up the racetrack?
Yeah, so what happens off of turn 4 right there? You can't, it's really hard to run the fence all the way down. So as you get to that 5/8, 3/4 mark of the corner, you almost have to get the car straight and come back down the racetrack, or it'll get loose. And to me, that's what happened to Denny Hamlin right there. But
Well, he was definitely fighting the handling of his car and was complaining about it on the radio, saying was having trouble keeping the throttle down. Definitely got loose in the 11 car.
Blaster cam.
Okay. Okay.
On the top of the day, you drive chaos, and there's the definition of it. But it's Atlanta. That is the definition of Atlanta anymore. But that's why they come.
This is there's so many variables to this racetrack anymore. It has a little bit of everything in it. And I mean, attrition is definitely a big part of one of those things about this racetrack you have to get through.
55 laps to go. And for this, we have the 7th caution.
I don't know. I don't think any of the leaders are going to pit here. I know tires mean something to a certain extent, but it'd be tough to give up the lead and expect to get all the way back to the front, because you got to figure they only had green flag laps wise, maybe 30 laps, just over 30 laps on that run. I would stay out. As a Blaney fan, I hope he stays out. William Walton Jr., thanks for tuning in. I'm doing pretty well. Hopefully you are as well. Top 10 under the caution has Austin Cindric in the lead, Ryan Blaney second, Ross Chastain third, Chase Elliott fourth, and Brad Keselowski fifth. Sixth is Christopher Bell, seven, Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace eighth, Noah Gragson ninth, Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10. So that is the top 10 in the running order with about 33 laps to go here at Atlanta. This is our 7th caution of the race. 54 lead changes, 47 laps spent under the yellow. Stage 1 winner Austin Cindric in the lead. Stage 2 winner Bubba Wallace is in 8th. Lost count of how many different drivers have led at least one lap in the race today, but of laps led, 11 for your current leader Austin Cindric. Ryan Blaney has led for 6. 11 for Chase Elliott, 10 for Brad Keselowski, 26 for Joey Logano, all in stage 1, 23 for Bubba Wallace, 27 for Chase Briscoe, 1 for Zane Smith, 1 for Shane Van Gisbergen, 2 for Carson Hocevar, 10 for Denny Hamlin. Tyler Reddick has led the most laps today, 51 laps led. He was involved in this incident. 48 laps led for Kyle Larson, who was out of the race following a crash at the end of stage 2. Cars that were involved in this incident, Connor Zilic and Alex Bowman, I think, are going to be done for the day after the crash. Tyler Reddick is still on the lead lap. Same for Denny Hamlin, who had decent damage from the crash itself. They actually made car-to-car contact amongst the Hamlin spin that started after Logano had slid up into him off of turn 4. So crash, we're going to get a restart with around 30 or so laps to go. We'll take a quick break while we're under this yellow. You're listening live on KRC to our full flag-to-flag coverage.
Well, I want you to. Well, you, the 22 guy, you're watching or listening, and if you see the 22 scene, he actually broke the throttle right there, and then he does it again. But no, he was wheel locked and got right in front of the 11 car. 11 car was trying to divert away from him, and when that 22 moved in front, it got him loose behind him. See that? Look at the point of the 22. See him pointing up the racetrack? And the Hamlin had to almost turn it back to the right, right there, trying, like you say, trying to avoid. I saw it that way. Just it's so hard to call these sometimes. Things happen so fast. Slow down like that really showed it. Thanks, guys.
Larry, is that pretty much what the data told you?
It was, Mike, right at that point right there. He had the wheel turned to the left, a flick out of the throttle one moment, and had to stop the brake car. And right here. You see that before you heard him lift and that wheel lock. I can tell you every time, if you did get away, that thing taking off, it feels like the front tires are completely off the ground, doesn't it?
It does, and you're, see it right here.
Who's left, Mike?
Well, we're gonna have 28 cars on the lead lap. When we go back to green, a lot of damage there to Denny Hamlin and to Tyler Reddick.
I've been watching this, looking at the pile on there. You see Chastain right there in the Chevrolet. Elliott's about the only thing poor old Rick Hendricks got left. These Fords there's seems to be hanging tough right there. It's Hendrick, Blaney, Keselowski somehow still in the thing.
Yeah, I mean, our consistent players that we had all day have definitely been mixed up here, and most of them, a lot of it's gone.
All under caution, why don't we take a look at what's coming up around the turn? Going to be a very busy weekend. Next weekend, we'll have the truck race from St. Pete Saturday at noon on Fox. The IndyCar race next Sunday at noon on Fox, and there is race from Austin, Texas on Fox. So if you're a road race fan, you're going to get your fill next weekend on Fox Saturday and Sunday. Well, chaos. That was the word of the day, according to Clint, and certainly we have seen most of it, but he looks like they got the hot hand as we go into what we think may be the closing stages of this race with 31 to go.
Well, you're looking at the top of the board there, looking off the center. I mean, we started all the way in the back, go completely through the field. From I think you started 30 at the beginning of the race, so I like the handling. And when I see how Austin centered, great super speedway, restrictor type race car driver with him. So I got a new horse, Kevin.
I'm jumping ship. I'm not jumping ship. I think Chase Elliott's still going to be in the middle of this, but I like those 4 tires on Ross Chastain's cars.
Yes.
Just because of the fact it lets you be on offense. I always want to be on offense, and you see just how little of a moment it takes right there with Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano to get yourself in trouble. And those are the accidents that we've seen. It doesn't take much before you get out of control. So anything you can have to help that grip.
And obviously surviving is the obvious for Chastain, but getting this track position, that's exactly what he needed. Well, I need to be able to utilize these tires, Mike, and now I have the track position. I have the advantage upon Ross Chastain.
Haven't we seen the last caution?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, I'm curious about this to Bell, because last year's winner has kind of snipped around the top 5, but hasn't really been a force to win this race yet.
You know where he won that race from, the starting position last year? 32nd.
Okay.
You know where he started today? 32nd.
Uh-oh.
You might be right.
We've had a record number of lead changes for Echo Park Speedway, Atlanta Motor Speedway,
Well, there we go.
and counting.
Track record. New track record.
And we're not done.
I think Chastain is the one that can really shake this race up. I totally agree with you, Kevin. Got the upper hand of the tires. I mean, if I'm him, out of all the drivers out there, I'm the happiest sitting in this one car right now. Don't have a lot of dancing partners up here. Nobody I can trust, but I don't know with the way this race is, with these runs and everything else that we're seeing getting into 1 and in 3 for that matter. I don't know if the dancing partners mean anything anyway.
All right, we're going to have a little less than 30 laps to go on this upcoming restart. This is going to be a lot of fun. We'll see if it stays green to the end. The truck race went green for about the last 20 laps, and the O'Reilly race yesterday was green, I believe, for the last 4 on their green flag run to the end. 6. It was a 6-lap green flag run. That's right, because Chastain led for 4, Hill for 1. And then the last lap, obviously, Sheldon Creed able to get his first career O'Reilly Series victory. So 29 laps to go in the restart. Cindric and Blaney will take the outside lanes. Cindric in the lead. Inside of row 1 is going to be Chastain with a Chevy, Chase Elliott. Green flag back in the air. Off into turns 1 and 2, it is Austin Cindric out in front, with Ross Chastain in the 1 just underneath of him. Chase Elliott in the 9, still pushing down the back straightaway, and Blaney to the back of his teammate Cindric. Christopher Bell, defending winner of the race, up to 5th, all by himself right now. He was clear of Keselowski, but stays on the high side, and now Brad side by side with his former teammate Joey Logano. Bubba Wallace, the stage 2 winner, just behind them. And then 3 wide in the next row. 28 laps left. Cindric trying to win his first race at Atlanta, 4th career Cup event. He's not won more than 1 race in a season in his Cup career, but getting one early this year, maybe that could be something different to look forward to for Austin Cindric this season. Get an early jump on the season points as well if he wants to qualify for the chase. He's going to need more than just a win to do it, but the win is going to award him quite a few points. Chevrolet's down on the bottom. Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott. Elliott with the push to Ross on the inside lane. Chastain to the inside of Blaney for 2nd. A little too far behind to try to catch Cindric right now. Logano into the 20 car, but the 20 could not quite catch the 12 at the end of the back straightaway. Chastain still underneath Blaney. Might get to the inside of Cindric by the exit of turn 4. One car pitted for fresh tires, a lot more recent than that of those at the front of the field right now around him. But he didn't have enough help on the front stretch for Elliott. Was too far back, and by the time he caught Chastain, it was too late to give him a push because turn 1 was already there. And now Elliott got really tight off turn 2, and he's going to lose a ton of ground. Down the back straightaway, Keselowski and Bubba Wallace sling by on the outside. Chastain had no help, so he tried to move up in front of Logano in 4th. Logano crosses him over to the bottom. Bell clear for 3rd. He sits behind Blaney. He's going to get a push from Chastain on the front stretch. Is he going to be patient, or does he go with it? He is patient for now. Joey Logano in the 22 to the inside of Chastain now for 4th place. Quickly gets by Bubba Wallace. Brad Keselowski in the 6 is looking at it as well as he gave Logano a push, but Chastain pulled the block. That one car looks really, really quick. Needs to get some help, though, and he does from Logano now on the front straightaway. That'll keep him alongside of Christopher Bell into turn 1. Might have a shot to get underneath Blaney on the backstretch, and if Logano gives him another push, then he's going to have a chance to maybe even get inside of Cindric off of turn 4. Blaney thought about covering the bottom on Chastain, and Chastain trying to slide up between Bell and the 12th car, but there wasn't enough room. And now Logano bails from the inside. Next car in line to try to help Chastain is Keselowski. Chastain holding on for 4th despite being kind of stuck on the bottom for what was looking to be by himself. Actually, no, he's in 5th now. Bubba Wallace slid up in front of him to 4th. And Bell going to go for 2nd. And maybe even the lead. Down into turns 3 and 4. He's alongside Cindric. Blaney Logano's around on the front stretch. Is he going to slide back across the track? Yes, he is, but more towards the bottom. Spins it back to the apron. Out of harm's way. Logano will be able to continue. Most of that slide was in the grass. Scared he was going to come back across traffic there for a second, but he didn't come all the way back across the track. But the caution flag is going to wave with about 21 laps to go.
see him. Obviously right here on the outside. Gonna go up to the outside of the racetrack. We've been talking about him being tight. Now watch him turn back down the hill right here. What do you think? Racing people, yeah, I know the real estate on both sides of it. I don't necessarily think that Hocevar came up. And I don't think 22 came down to block him, but he was definitely coming back down the hill. From the, yeah, if you go off the painted line right there, Hocevar's not coming up the racetrack. He's pretty consistent, but 20 laps to go. You gotta be aggressive to block. You gotta be aggressive to push. You gotta take some chances. Yeah, I have it on the wrong. And maybe hold it, lock it down. Hands out, keep it straight. One more car coming off that. Keep it straight. And I didn't think that Hocevar probably did. Hocevar's on tires, by the way. He was one of the cars that pitted again. You can just see he came back down the hill. We've been talking about Logano. He's obviously had his hands full with the handling on that race car. Tried to diamond the corner a little bit, came back down the hill, and unfortunate contact. Here's Hocevar's rear. It's very similar to what Kyle Larson ran earlier. I mean, he's trying to come down the racetrack to block and misjudged. And the only difference is Joey Logano's going to get away with it. He's going to put some tires on this thing and start in the back of the field and still be able to look like another day. I want to give a shout out to the best camera crew in all of Wild Action Sports because they've been out there in this 40-degree weather and 25 to 45 mile an hour winds all day long. You guys are the goats. And we appreciate the great news you've been giving us in what is not Chamber of Commerce weather. They had that here Friday. It was 80 degrees. Need I remind anybody? But it's a tough one today. I'm glad to bring it.
Yeah, not 80 degrees today. Now with the sun going down, I think it's actually below 50 in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Cold for a race day. Not quite as cold as what we saw for the Clash a couple weeks ago at Bowman Gray, but it is pretty cool in Atlanta. Sean Exclusive, thanks for tuning in. Shout out to you that I see in the chat here. Looking back to see if I might have missed anybody in recent laps. I haven't given a shout out yet today, but thanks for everybody tuning in. We have hit our like goal of 150 for today's live commentary stream. So greatly appreciate that, everyone. We'll be coming up on a restart very, very soon. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every weekend for races that I don't go to in person. We're only 40 subs away from 7,000. We came into the weekend 79 away. We are now only 40 away. With that kind of math, that means that we can get there the next weekend of live commentary streaming. It'd be cool if we can get there now, though. If the 250 plus of you concurrently watching or not subscribed, definitely do so. Helps the channel out a ton as well. Helps me out a ton. Greatly appreciate those that have, and as well that have hit the like button. Go back to our chat poll that is open for which manufacturer will win today's race. I'll just close that now that we're into the final 20 laps. 105 of you were able to vote in the chat over the final stage. 60% of those 105 votes taking Chevy for the win. 20% for both Ford and Toyota. So we're going to have a restart again with less than 20 laps to go. We'll see how this is going to work out for our front runners. Christopher Bell is in the lead. Austin Cindric in second. Ryan Blaney third. Bubba Wallace up around fourth. Ross Chastain in fifth and Brad Keselowski sixth are the top half dozen. 7th through 12th is Carson Hocevar in 7th, Zane Smith 8th, William Byron 9th, Chase Elliott in 10th. And you got Ryan Preece and Daniel Suarez 11th and 12th. Donald still in the lead lap following the spin. No contact with anything significant there. Bowman's still on track after his crash, but he's 3 laps down. And as for Joey Logano, he'll be the last car in the lead lap in 28 on this restart. Third caution in stage 3. We're within the fuel window after the first caution, so not going to see a lot of pit stops here. Maybe some of the back cars on the lead lap will take tires, and that would be another.
That's the last 4 races at Ever Park Speedway. The last minute change happened with 1 or 2 laps to be. There are no certainties. Jamie, we got a new leader.
Yes, we do. New leader, Christopher Bell. What a day it's been for him. Remember back at stage 1, he had damage on the right side in the rocker area. They brought him down. They had to look at that. They also had to swap out his steering wheel. It wasn't in alignment the way that he wants to see it, so they swapped that out. So he's had to battle for the back of the field. But the one good thing on the 20 side, he's been happy with that balance all day. And reporting to the team recently, he's really happy with that rear grip. So watch out. Steve Bell, he went on to win 3 straight after this one.
Defending champion of this race.
We're going to have 17 laps to go on the restart here at Atlanta. Field is doubled up, and we'll get to the restart zone this time by, and they will be at speed the following lap. We're building it into turn 1 shortly. Manufacturer game yet again with the Fords of Cindric and Blaney on the bottom. On the outside will be Bell and Bubba. Green flag back in the air. Bell, the leader, is the control car in the restart, so he is going to get the launch. Inside lane, maybe an advantage getting up to speed through 1 and 2. I've seen the inside lane car kind of take to the lead a lot today on these restarts and then able to pull up to the outside. But when you're the second or third car in the bottom, you got to get up quickly before losing too many spots. Blaney has help also from Brad Keselowski. It looked like all 3 of those Fords were pushing each other simultaneously on the bottom. Zane Smith quietly with right front fender damages up inside the top 10. And obviously Carson Hocevar, that mentioned moments ago, up in the top 10 again. Looking for redemption on a runner-up in this race a year ago to Bell, the guy who's leading the race right now. Bell led that first lap following the restart by less than a half a car length as Cindric was up on the inside of him the entire time. Still 4 Fords tightly on the bottom, keeping their energy up. And none of them haven't been able to break free of the pack yet. Neither Bell nor Cindric. Cindric going up the racetrack, kind of crowds Bell just a bit. Very, very tight quarters racing off of turn 4 as they side draft down the front stretch. Carson Hocevar to the bottom 3 wide. Gets by Blaney, throws a huge block as he slides in line between the 12 and 2. He's underneath the one of Ross Chastain. Blaney had to lip when the 77 came across his nose, and Blaney's dropping. He's going to get a push from Daniel Suarez, but he lost a lot of ground. Hocevar gets to the top behind Chastain. Austin Cindric tight to the 1. And the 12 of Blaney gets right back to the inside of Hocevar, drafting off of his teammate in front of him. Top 2 are single file, kind of pulling away from the pack here. Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell. Better be careful. Because if Keselowski can get Cindric to come with him, which he's going to, Cindric will push Keselowski down the backstretch, and Brad should have a run into turn 3. Does he take it? Right now, the camera's not on that battle, so I can't tell you if he took it or not. He did. No, actually, Cindric slipped to the outside of the 6. That's weird. I thought they were going to work together there. They did not. Hocevar, another 3 wide move. This time he bangs fenders with the 6 of Brad Keselowski, basically knocking him up out of the way. Brad's car stays straight. It's a scrum of 3, nearly 4 wide off turn 2. And here's Hocevar. He's going for it all. And now he gets tight into turns 3 and 4, and Brad's going to have to lift behind him. Ryan Blaney to the inside of the 77, and Reddick with right front fender damage, well more than Zane Smith. That right front tire is nearly exposed. It's going to be tough to push any cars, but somehow, someway, Reddick's up to 3rd. Reddick has led the most laps of any today. Bubba Wallace the 2nd most. Reddick gets tight off turn 2, loses ground to that of Bell. Blaney, no help from Daniel Suarez. Hocevar pushes Reddick clear, and Hocevar's in 4th, all clear by himself. Blaney's going to have to get back up into the outside. He's going to lose too many spots. Either that or his teammate Cindric's going to have to get down to the bottom and help him, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen either. Blaney side drafting Zane Smith. Chastain takes him 3 wide and loses another spot. Great move by Ross to get by 2 cars at once there. He's to 6th. Blaney still can't get to the outside. Hocevar is going to the bottom. That can help the 12 out. The 1 moves down in between the 77 and 12 to the bottom. Chastain, the minute he had a chance to slide wide and clear of Cindric, he did. 10 laps to go at Atlanta. Bubba Wallace leads. Christopher Bell second. Tyler Reddick is third. And now Bell looking to the outside of Wallace, and he's going to get there in turns 1 and 2. That'll box in Hocevar. Does he make another 3-wide move? He's made a lot of those lately. He gets a push down to the bottom, a block by Bubba. And he cannot get to the inside to go 3 wide that time into 3. And Wallace got a push up the 77's nose to get clear of Bell, and Wallace in control again. Christopher Bell's only drafting track win came here at Atlanta in this race a season ago, and he's trying to go back-to-back in the same race. Chastain from Ford slides past Carson Hocevar. Inside of Bell, nearly makes door-to-door contact. Down the backstretch, Hocevar pushes the 20 clear and goes for second himself into turns 4 rather. And pulls all the way up alongside Bubba Wallace, but Bell will push Wallace clear. And I'm sure Bell's going to get clear of the 77 as well. Can Hocevar hold on for third? He's got his teammate Daniel Suarez that kind of gave him a push to keep him in third at the end of the front stretch. And they're still 3 wide for about fourth between the 7, the 1, and the 45. Bell blocks Hocevar down to the bottom. A double block to the outside in the middle of the corner. Things are getting testy. Daniel Suarez, winner of this race 2 years ago, battling for fifth with his former teammate Ross Chastain. Briscoe to the inside, 4 wide. Cindric bouncing off the 24 of Byron as they try to get reorganized into turn 1. They're still 4 wide off turn 2. The 38, the 6, the 2, the 60 are all 4 wide. And now 3 by 3 back around the middle of the pack, just outside the top 10. Settle down a bit into turn 3. Back to the front of the field, it's still Wallace. Toyota's in control, 1, 2, 3. Wallace, then Bell, then Reddick. Then Chastain 4th. Byron and Briscoe will split around Hocevar for 5th and 6th. Hocevar in a tight squeeze up the middle between himself, the 19, the 24. Somehow came out of that in 5th place. He's got a fast race car, and he's driving the wheels off of it right now. Preece up the middle 3 wide, trying to follow the hole that Hocevar had. First time we've really called Ryan Preece's name all day up at the front of the pack. He gets pushed from Cindric, a little loose. Cindric wide into the 6 car. They made door-to-door contact twice in the last few laps now. Christopher Bell was not staying in line behind Bubba Wallace anymore. He went for the lead in turn 1. Didn't pan out well for him. Hocevar inside of 3 wide for second. Slides across the 20 and the 1. Will clear into turn 3. 4 laps to go at the line. It's Carson Hocevar trying to build a run on Bubba Wallace. Goes to the outside. Hocevar trying to take the lead away from Bubba. Byron getting loose. He's in the wall off turn 2. Still going straight for now. Toyota's again working together. They've done great of that lately. And Bubba Wallace gets another push from Bell to get clear of the pack. We got a huge wreck. Further back into 3 and 4, and that's around where Byron was. And I wonder if he had a tire going down after he had contact with the wall. Off turn 2, the caution flag is out. And we're going to be coming up on 3 to go, so this is going to push us into overtime. So Bubba Wallace in the lead at the time of caution. Austin Dillon's got heavy damage. I have no idea how this wreck started.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Man, oh man.
Gonna take more than a big bargain to fix that. Logano, you heard the damage as he was rolling in. Oh, and Cindric, who had such a great race, winning the first stage today and being a contender all day long.
Yeah, but that car right there, the one that got this whole thing started with this trouble 1 and 2.
And here it is. You're going to see him way off the pace from that incident we saw in 1 and 2 when it shot up, and everybody's trying to scramble, miss.
Oh, he just hit Cindric.
Turned him up into everybody else.
Cody Ware, Ty Gilliland, Cole Custer, see Denny Hamlin hitting in there late with low and pretty heavy damage. Really, the Godwin. Still don't know what the cause of the 24 getting into the wall in 1 and 2, but obviously he's trying to get out of the way right there. Something broke. Now, obviously, I see that right front tire down. I don't know if that's what went down, but that car, it was in traffic, so you don't really know. We're going to try to find it here, but that thing shot up the racetrack, hit the wall very hard. Okay, here it is. Watch it 24 right in the middle of the screen. See it wiggling.
Left rear might be
Something
flat.
definitely off the face there. Can't hold on to it. Gets in the wall hard. Now he's slowing down the backstretch.
Goodyear lettering was rubbed off of the left rear tire.
See right there, the damage on the right side of that car. That's already happened with the 24 car. I think that right front of it. So. 11 cars in all involved in this one. Laps. Got 6 laps to go now.
Caution is out late in this race. This will push us into overtime. The yellow flag with 4 laps to go in turns 3 and 4. Right after Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell were able to retake the lead from a charging Carson Hocevar in the draft. 3 Toyotas up at the front and 3 Chevys in the top 6. Highest running Ford is Ryan Preece in 8th right now. And the Toyotas have done a great job sticking with one another. That's really what has kept Carson Hocevar from getting to the lead. He'd get up to second, he'd fall to fourth, he'd be able to pass 1 or 2 of them, but as he tries to go for the lead multiple times, he doesn't have any help. His help with the Chevys are a little bit too far behind Chastain and Suarez. So it's going to be interesting when they get to the choose rule exactly what lanes everybody's going to be choosing for the next restart. 56 lead changes. Have we seen the last one? Or will Bubba Wallace be able to hold on for the final 2 laps to get the win? This is our 9th caution of the day. And again, our first red flag. 58 laps have been spent under yellow. 3 hours, 16 minutes, 21 seconds. Total time in the race so far. Frozen, obviously, with the red flag. It's our 4th caution for incident in stage 3. We had 3 in stage 2. Caution free in stage 1. Wallace won stage 2. And he also was second in stage 1, so already a massive points day. If Wallace were to go on to win this race, he would score 74 points out of a max 75. Tyler Reddick, the Daytona 500 winner, who was caught up in the second to last incident in this race, is back up to 4th with the right front tire basically exposed on his car because of damage to that right front fender. Goes to show how quick those 2311 Toyotas have been today. They've each led for the 2 most laps in this race. Bubba Wallace, the current leader, 36 laps, led 51 for Reddick. 9 for Bell, most of which in this final stage. 2 for Hocevar, 27 for Briscoe, another Toyota who's led a lot. 1 lap for Zane Smith, 1 lap led for SVG, 11 laps led for Chase Elliott, 6 for Ryan Blaney, 10 for Brad Keselowski, 10 for Denny Hamlin, 26 for Logano, 21 for Cindric, 48 for Larson was actually technically the second most laps led in the race, but he's out because of a crash at the end of stage 2. And those are all the drivers who have led at least 1 lap in the race today. 23 cars are scored on the lead lap. We might even have less than that on the restart because we're under red and the field's frozen on the back straightaway right now. As repair work and or cleanup continues in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, and finally, this guy to go down, gets up and into the wall, and he slides down to the field as we get down the track. This is involved in the latest grab of lap 257. And as we get ready to go to overtime, here's Jamie.
Well, 2:23:11 cars still in the hunt here, first and fourth. You're winning Daytona 500 lap race. Now you got 2 cars still in the hunt. How fun is it to be Michael Jordan right now?
Well, it's fun to be a part of 2311. I mean, I'll say I'm a part of that as well, but guys are really doing well. They really fighting it, trying to get us to win, and we still have a chance right now. So let's see what happens. Hopefully,
We were talking and said, where did Reddit come from? How did he even stop and chance?
I have no idea. Last I looked at it, he was 18th at 20th, and I'm saying, well, okay, let's just finish the race. DNF, don't want. And here he comes fighting to the front. So, I mean, he's operating with the depth in the car, but he's there that he can help probably if he needs to, and he possibly win. So let's see what happens. Hopefully he can pull it off.
Well, I love that you're still out here because it's about 38 degrees right now. The wind force Chicago weather, right?
Yeah, I'm so hyped. I don't even feel the cold right now. Yeah, if I'm gonna stay out here, we might as well go ahead and win.
I like that. That's fun.
Might as well go ahead and win. Well, Jamie, there's a good chance that Michael Jordan will leave with both of his cars atop the point standings as we head for Coda. All right, this question most of it.
And big. Somehow, and I'll come down to the FM and play the order. Otherwise, I will take the front row and give it a run and say, I should look behind him like Daniel. I go either, but you've got to stay with me. After that.
Somebody's watched Talladega Nights a few times.
Well, he's definitely politicking to try to put those cars behind him, but I got some good news and bad news. Good news, they might stick with it for a little bit. Bad news is if they want to wait a little bit.
They call him the Hurricane. I mean, things happen right around wherever he is because he's like this.
Yeah, there was another one too where he went up the racetrack to take the lead, got a big left, went right. When he bounced off the side of that 2 car once.
6, it was right here.
In turn 1. And the 6, yeah.
Well, he's just
And we get 2 laps down, don't forget that. Chris Custer's view of ouch. What happened there? Now, William Byron, there's Byron's 24, that started all that, checked and released at the infield care center. That car has experienced pretty much everything a day can do actually in NASCAR. The window, by the way, it went off the window at one point.
Wow, I didn't know if you were talking about the 77 or the 45. 45 got no front fender. That one took through a lot too, but not as much as Hocevar.
Well, let's talk tires as we get to the end of this because Hocevar and Reddit and Slurs had better tires than the cars they were racing against. But now that we've had this red flag and everything's kind of cooled off, will there be an advantage to those tires or not?
I think so.
Not other 2 have the advantage of clean air.
Yeah, and I think that those sticker tires they're usually better when you don't put a cycle on them. So usually when the tire cycle you kind of lose some of that advantage because now everybody's tires are cooling down, sitting here under this red flag. So I think that the tire situation, I don't know, but you're not wrong. It evens out a little bit as we sit here longer and longer.
Well, in the last 10 races on Drafton tracks, we have not had a repeat winner. There they are. Going all the way back to the summer race at Daytona. And a lot of those have been really wild finishes. The last 7 Drafton track races have had a pass for the win on the final lap. 6 out of 8 since the repay here in the final 2 laps. And of course, that big 3 wide record setting closest 3-car finish in NASCAR history was right here. Let's go back, see what happened in the 24. Major contact. I don't, the right front looked to me as if there's, I don't, maybe the left, is the left front down right there? Let's stop right there. Left rear didn't look very good either.
That's really hard to tell.
So William Byron, for Bob Pockris of Fox Sports, Byron told him, I just got loose. I did not have a tire going down. He did not feel. Quick. You want to try most of ours? See what shake and bake?
Yeah, see what shake and bake is.
How about you try some hosts of ours for the boards at the booth? You got me?
Yeah, man, I got you.
Buddy, you've seen it all today. Holy cow, what a wild face. But take me back when you listen in. What is this shake and bake that we're talking about?
I don't really even know what I'm saying half the time, but, I think ultimately, I don't have a lot of friends out here, so if I can, have my father go down and say, a TV slogan, maybe that'll actually push me, because that kind of words that refers to.
Do you think that helps you a little bit in this scenario? I mean, it's every man for himself now. Not having any friends out there, you don't have to worry about that, right?
I think so. I think that's track tends to reward that stuff on sometimes. So, there's a lot of times you gotta fill a hole real quick, and very rarely do you ever get to this tough angle when the hole is so tight right there.
Well, you were my pick. Ran good. You were a smart racer in the truck race. I think it's your turn. Let's see what you got.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Carson Oshabar will line up third when they come to the twos, behind the Toyotas of Wallace and Bell. So in the top 10, 4 Chevrolets, 2 Fords, and the rest are Toyotas. These are the only cars that don't have crash damage today.
Well, at Daytona, we only had 1 car all week with Ross Berry from the qualifying races all the way through the Sunday race that didn't hit anything. So we thought that the trend would continue as far as the aggression, just because of the style of race. We knew this one would get wild, but it's not done getting wild yet, Mike.
No, 9 caution flags so far, and we're going to go to overtime. When they come around, they will complete the advertised distance, so 260 laps, 400 miles. But we will go to green-white checker. So there's a reminder of the rules. And we'll do this until we get a winner. Now the Toyotas are 1-2, but they do drive for different teams. As Chase Elliott makes a stop. If you are Christopher Bell, do you want to line up behind or alongside him?
Oh, that's
That's
what
it's
tough
going to
question.
do in your mirror. It'll put, look at Reddick
You know, that's the other Toyota right there. I mean, that's the scenario that I'm looking at is I think I want to go to the outside right behind him.
Yeah, the only thing that opens up is Hocevar being on the front row and being.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to have to. That's going to force your hand, isn't it, Kevin?
I think you're going to have to deal with Hocevar whether you put him behind you or beside you.
So
So
you're going to have to do it.
yeah,
So you think the Toyotas will line up side by side
I almost think they have to.
as a defensive position? And then does the advantage go to whichever Toyota has Reddick behind it?
Well, I mean, look back. You're going to have three of them stacked up on the outside. Well, we'll see what Chad
I'm
does.
concerned about Reddick tucked up right behind me with no right front fender. That's my big concern about Reddick. We saw his speed. We don't know if that's from tires. Heck, it could be from the right front fender missing. I
honestly
don't know, but
think
I've never seen that.
You need a pusher. I don't need somebody to to be pushed, and that right front fender missing only helps that scenario. But I mean, look at the damage down low. You see where they fixed that at the splitter and the nose where that is down low. That's so important, and they've got all that sealed up and taken care of.
But right there where it says Camry, that's what you want, is you want that flat face of that bumper to push with. That's the
my
important
point.
part.
I'm with you, Mike. I don't have a choice on the right front fender, Kevin.
I mean, this could work out a million different ways, and I think that the other thing is you want to try to control it as quick as you can. So if you don't take the front row and you're not even because you didn't take the front row and you're the second place guy and you come to the white flag and the caution comes out and you lose the race because you're the pusher. So I don't know. I mean, I think you could see either scenario work out in your favor. It just depends on how it all forms up behind you and who can push the best.
All right. How much of Hocevar's chance to win this is going to depend on whether he has, say, Chastain or Suarez right behind him?
Yes,
Yes, what?
Like 100%. Okay.
a lot of it.
Yeah.
There's so many scenarios that are fixing to happen. Do not lose track of Suarez, Briscoe, Priest, all these guys. Remember, I think he was running 8th when he won that race coming to the white flag. I'm talking about Reddick when he won last week in Daytona 500.
Well, let's not forget that radio transaction that Hocevar had. He doesn't know how this is going to play out either. He wanted him to go to both sides of the scenario and shake and bake is how he put it.
I want to talk about this last lap though, because it's important. I think this track varies a little bit between here and Daytona. I want to be in the lead when we come across that white flag, more so even here than Daytona, because this track's tighter. When somebody gets in trouble and a caution comes out, shoots back up the racetrack, that forces NASCAR's hand to have to throw that caution, making you the winner.
All right. If you haven't seen Talladega Nights, or do you don't?
You're not for me.
I know everybody's seen Talladega Nights. All right. Shake and Bake is Ricky Bobby wins. Cal Naughton Jr. is second. That's Shake and Bake. And of course, at the end of the movie, it turns out differently, and everybody's happy. But Shake and
You
Bake.
know he bought the house, right? I mean, you do know this.
Stop it. Hurricane Hocevar. Wherever he goes, it's going to be interesting.
Well, and he's going to be aggressive, and all he wants to do is quick race, and he's willing to sacrifice his car. He's willing to take a chance, and that's what makes him exciting.
Well, Clint, you said it earlier. The two most aggressive drivers in this race are currently third and fifth, Hocevar and Chastain.
Make no mistake about it. This is overtime. I just told you, I want to be leading at the white flag. I said this leading in after that last pit stop sequence. This 23 car, he's very good at this type of racing, and he is in the position that everybody wants to be in.
The other thing to think about, usually it takes a couple laps to get everything strung out, to get those big runs and moves and things happening. This is going to be a 2-lap shootout, and going to be the lanes are going to be pretty tight taken off here for that first lap. So it's going to take a while. It takes a little bit for this to get strung out to get those big runs.
Two great finishes already here this weekend. Saturday, Kyle Busch won the truck race, and Carson Hocevar was right behind him. And then in the O'Reilly Series, Sheldon Creed got his first ever victory, and wasn't Ross Chastain a part of that finish too? I mean, well, we got contenders, but who is going to be the winner? Will it be one of Coach Gibbs' Toyotas?
He's seen a bunch of them, hasn't he?
Will it be Spire? Will it be Trackhouse? Will it be RFK?
What
A lot of organizations in the top 10 right now. Let's have a look at those finishes from yesterday. Pretty exciting. Rowdy Bush returns to the Truck Series to steal all the kids' candy. Here he goes in the number 7.
Well, he's done that quite a few times. Put himself up front. Got himself, I believe it was 9th victory here in Atlanta.
And the first thing he said when he got out of the truck, thank you, Carson Hostevar.
And then there's Austin Hill going to the bottom and taking the lead. He is the best on these drafting tracks of the drivers in this series. But he gets a bump from Ross Chastain and Sheldon Creed. After 15 second place finishes, Creed picks up his first ever
15 second place finish.
That's 2 of your top 5 in contention to win both of those races with Chastain and Hostevar.
All right, it's time for the choose, and a lot of our questions will be answered right here. Bubba Wallace inside, Bell covers the top. Hosevar to the top, Reddick to the bottom. What is this, a concert? They're not calling.
They haven't been sitting all this race.
They're not leaving because,
They know what's coming.
yep, they were here last year. They were here last week. They're going to get their money's worth. Well,
All right, well, there you have it. We're setting up for a restart. 2 laps to go. When we get going, it'll be our first attempt at an overtime restart. If the caution comes out before they get to the white, the next flag would end the race, whether it's the yellow or the checker. If the caution comes out before they get back to the white flag, then the next flag to end the race will be contested on another restart, essentially. So you're going to have Bubba Wallace, row 1, inside. He's got his teammate Tyler Reddick behind him. Hosevar outside row 2 behind Christopher Bell, the defending winner of this race. So you got Bell, who won this race a season ago. Carson Hosevar is on the outside of row 2. He was runner-up to Bell last season in this event. Things are going to get testy. Control car is Bubba Wallace on the inside of row 1. Green flag back in the air. We haven't seen the control car take the inside very often today. So we'll see if it works out for Bubba. Oh, Hosevar up the middle. Rex Bell. What was that? Are we still green? No, we are not. Caution's out.
Bounce on it. Rex Bell.
Oh, my gosh.
and we will re-rack and try again.
You knew he was going to be aggressive.
Yeah. And that's that's the balance, right? With Hosevar, right? What he wants to be aggressive, but when he gets in these situations, he can take it too far. And he was trying to make a hole right there that just wasn't there.
Quite a bit of damage on the left front. Let's go back and take a look at it here. Obviously, he's second row on outside. Hosevar pretty much door to door. Gets a big push from behind and tries to shoot the middle.
Yeah. I mean, there was nowhere to go right there.
Just don't think I think that'd be a better angle of it right here. Watch when he gets the push from behind his chest. Then he gets his bumper. Boom. Bell went to block on the outside a little bit. Bell did move up just a pinch, but it still wasn't a hole in the bottom.
Yeah.
See how Bell moved up? Bell separated quite a bit to try to block that to the outside.
Let's watch from Chastain. Christopher Bell.
Yeah. I mean, as he went up there, I mean, it might have been like a 3/4 of a car width, but you see it kind of open up right there.
I mean, that was definitely.
I see the hole that he was trying to go for. That's what I'm trying to say. I put blame on Hosevar
initially, but there was more of a hole there. I think Bell tried to move up and block them a little bit. Let's listen to the 20 audio.
Now, one man. Why that he comes out. There wasn't even a hole. They just drove it to the left rear again.
Well, you knew he was going to disagree.
I agree with the Clint. There was a hole before he got there.
But it wasn't when he was there.
No, I'm not sticking.
He's going for it.
That's
And
right.
we-
And
we-
you knew he was going to be
we-
aggressive. I
we-
told you he was going to be
We
aggressive.
knew he was going to be aggressive, and he's still there, by the way.
And it's not, I was going to say,
No, no,
it's
no.
not- if you think that's going to slow it down, we're in it now. I bought the ticket. I'm going for it.
And the part that we talked about earlier, he doesn't apologize for it either, right? Like when we were talking to him on the radio, he's just like, hey, this is how I drive, this is what I do. You don't like it, I'm okay with that. And it's great for us to watch, keeps it intriguing.
Yep.
And he is on the gas all the time and going forward. So it's definitely a balancing act as to what's too far, and sometimes things like that happen when you take a chance and it doesn't work out.
14 cars have crashed out of this race. This is one of the highest levels of attrition we've seen, I think, in the last couple of seasons.
And with two super speedway races in a row, going from Daytona, you got your qualifying races, and then you have this race, another super speedway race. It definitely, you can pile some cars up. If you wreck one in the qualifying race and the Daytona 500, you're most likely on the list of wreck cars today as well. So I mean,
You bury yourself in points too,
you're
Kevin.
going to be buried in points and 3 cars into the hole.
Now, Christopher Bell has made repairs. He's still running. He's back out on track.
Here we go. There's the choose.
On the tail end of the lead lap. So we're going to choose again.
That's going to put those Chevrolets
I think that's-
outside and
yeah.
Toyotas on the bottom.
Well, we did not see Tyler Reddick get going very good last time, but now you see 3 Chevrolets and 3 Toyotas again. But that 45 car did not get going with that 23 last time to be attached to his bumper.
But this is the matchup you want because each of the drivers in those 3 positions, in both of those lanes, now know what to expect because they've got a friendly in front, behind, and in the rocking chair, at least to start.
In theory.
Yeah.
3 Toyotas are going to be lined up on the inside for this restart. 3 Chevys up on the outside. And then there's 2 Fords on the high side behind them. Priest and Blaney, row 4 and row 5. Hocevar, who just caused the incident, trying to go through wide up the middle when there was no gap. Now he's on the outside of row 1. And he's got Ross Chastain, who was behind him on the last restart, behind him again. And for Tyler Reddick behind Bubba Wallace, the 2311 Toyota is going to try to work together once more there as well. As we come to the restart, this will be our second overtime attempt. Same rules apply. We get a caution before the white flag. The next flag will not end the race. We will have another restart. If we get to the white, either a yellow or checker is going to get the job done. All right, well, here we go. Second attempt, overtime restart, green flag in the air. Wallace, the control car, again chooses the bottom lane. We'll see if it works out for him. Reddick with the damage on the right front fender of his nose, still giving Wallace a pretty solid push into turns 1 and 2. Side by side for second between Reddick and Hocevar, and off the exit of turn 2, Bubba Wallace stays to the inside for now. Now moves up to block Carson. Hocevar up the middle. Slamming between Reddick and Wallace. Wallace is the odd man out. Now it's Reddick versus Hocevar off turn 4, and remember, Reddick's got damage. They bounce off one another. Still outnumbered by Toyotas as Chase Briscoe as he pushes Reddick to the lead, and Hocevar stuffs Wallace into the wall. They're both going backwards on the high side. Hocevar falls to 5th. It's Tyler Reddick trying to win the first 2 races of the season. Down the back straightaway, he's got Chase Briscoe behind him. Ross Chastain in 3rd, into 3 and 4. One last time. I don't think Briscoe's going to get a run on him. Tyler Reddick, 2 weeks in a row to start the season, is going to win for Michael Jordan in 2311 Racing. Unbelievable. Tyler Reddick has won the first 2 races of the season. No driver has done that since Matt Kenseth in 2009. Unbelievable. A 1-2 finish for Toyota as Chase Briscoe ends up in 2nd. And we'll go through that full field finishing order here. Margin of victory about 1/10 of a second. Tyler Reddick with the win. Chase Briscoe in second place. Ross Chastain third. Carson Hocevar fourth. And Daniel Suarez in fifth. Shane Van Gisbergen in sixth on an oval. How about that? Zane Smith seventh. Bubba Wallace fell to eighth. Ryan Preece ninth. And Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. There's going to be a lot of unhappy campers with Carson Hocevar. I've always been a believer. It's like if you're going to make those moves and win the race, you better win the race. He didn't win it.
I mean, really,
Michael Jordan.
I can't say anything. Tyler did an unbelievable job. I mean, both teams did an unbelievable job. And look, I wanted one of them to win. You know, I feel bad for Bubba, obviously, because he had an unbelievable day, but Tyler drove his ass off. And I'm very happy for Tyler. I'm very happy for 23 now.
Jay, I know you watched this for your whole life, but how fun is it to be here and be winning at this level in NASCAR?
I mean, you know, the guys worked hard all summer, you know, and I know we had our little ordeal, but they never gave up. They kept working hard, and this is the fruit of their labor. You know, they put forth the effort, and, you know, for us to come out and win the first two races said a lot about our whole team.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow. Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick gets the race win. Chase Briscoe second. Ross Chastain third. We'll go through the rest of the finishing order, and then you'll hear from Reddick in a few minutes. And again, Daniel Suarez in fifth behind Hocevar in fourth. In sixth was SVG, then Zane Smith seventh, Bubba Wallace eighth, Ryan Preece ninth. Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. Then Chase Elliott in 11th, AJ Allmendinger 12th, Denny Hamlin 13th, Noah Gragson 14th, Chris Buescher 15th. 16th was Ty Dillon, Brad Keselowski 17th, Joey Logano 18th, John Hunter Nemechek 19th, and Michael McDowell 20th. Christopher Bell last car in the lead lap in 21st. Cole Custer a lap down in 22nd. 2 laps down Alex Bowman in 23rd, and save for Eric Jones in 24th. 13 laps down Todd Gilliland 25th, 26 on back, I believe DNF today. Austin Cindric finishes 26th. 27th place was Cody Ware. William Byron 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, Connor Zilic 30th. 31st for J.J. Yaley, Kyle Larson 32nd, Riley Herbst 33rd, Kyle Larson 34th, B.J. McLeod 35th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 36th, Ty Gibbs 37th, and Josh Berry 38th, rounding out the field. Here is Tyler Reddick, winner 2 weeks in a row.
Tyler Reddick will leave here as the point leader, with Bubba Wallace second in the standings. What a start to the season for 23-11.
It's still surreal for me to sit there and see this man down here at a NASCAR race celebrating his team's winning of a NASCAR race. It really is.
Here's Regan Smith.
To hurt the checkered flag for the second week in a row. We see Tyler taking a look at the right front of his race car. There's no fender there, Tyler. How did you find a way with this beat up race car to go back to back 2 weeks in a row?
I mean, that's crazy, ain't it? How about that? Echo Park Speedway. I mean, this place, over the years, man, you know, it just puts on some amazing racing, and handling matters here, but man, I don't know. I guess determination always handling, but thank you everybody for coming out. I mean, it's cold. Just cheers to everyone here. Y'all motivate us to pull off some crazy stuff like that.
You restarted in third on the final restart and looked like maybe you were going to be content to push your teammate Bubba Wallace to the win there. He moves to the top side when it opened up. Did you think this car was going to have enough with the damage to keep it up there?
Man, I really didn't know. You know, we were back there in 30th after we got collected with the 11, and it was definitely really loose, and we were able to make a little bit of adjustment on it with the error and whatnot. And I don't know. I mean, they just kept stacking up in the middle and top lanes, and I just found a way to kind of get back into the top 5. And yeah, you know, I tried to stay committed to somebody, and I don't know. I didn't have a choice. I had to find out if it was going to go a clean air like that.
Congratulations. Tyler Reddick wins at Echo Park Speedway.
Unbelievable. Congratulations to Tyler Reddick. Here's Bubba Wallace, who was up there towards the front at the end, finished 8th.
This finish, which is still very good. Yeah, I'm just pumped that Toyota still got to victory lane. I need to go back and see. I didn't think I moved up that much to allow, to put myself up top of 3. So unfortunate, but man, what a race car we had today. Who I learned a lot from? Raja yesterday. He had a bad fast car, and he finished second first stage and won the second stage just like me. And I was like, this car is so fast. Don't do anything to jeopardize a good finish. And I hate that we didn't get the win, but all in all, appreciate Xfinity. Man, so could have been. Go on to Coda. Pray for me there. We'll have some fun. Thanks, Rolla. Jamie?
Well, Carson Hocevar, Mike Joy called you hurt.
All right, here's Hocevar, who finishes 4th.
So close. Your first career win there, Carson. Take me through that last lap and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I should. Yeah, he walked up. For our luck last year, I was like, well, if we just raced to like the Busch Series length races, like stage 2 basically, we'd be really good. Then it kind of goes to hell in a handbasket. But now I guess we're really, really good this year at just getting to the white flag leading. Yeah, I went over to Briscoe and I just kind of laughed. I thought it was a great spot being on top and everything. And then I look in my mirror and I'm like, all right, perfect. He's going to come to me. And they start going left. And I was confused for a second. And then I looked to my left and realized there was another Toyota. I was like, oh, he's not going to push me. So, yeah, just happy the Spectrum car. Yeah, our car is really fast to go from 2 laps down to get stage points and then finish 4th. That's good points for us. Yeah, I mean, I was taking every run. I don't know. I'm sure I owe people apologies. But I think we're all going for spaces and runs and everything. And yeah, luckily, all 4 tires were straight. My toe was knocked out. But it still was pretty fast and, able to finish 4th there. So pretty excited for our start of the year. Now I'm going to go mess up a little bit on the road course, not be a total front contender, and then hopefully get back going, this up front type of deal at Phoenix.
Well done. Mike?
All right. Again, congratulations to Tyler Reddick taking the W in today's race. 2 weeks in a row. What a points lead he's going to have. Bubba Wallace going to be sitting in second, 1-2 for 23-11 in the standings following today's race. Another 1-2 finish for Toyota here at Atlanta. I appreciate everybody tuned in throughout the course of today's race. I'm going to get out of here. I got to get on the road here shortly. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. Like for more. Like if you enjoyed the stream. Subscribe for more NASCAR content, live commentary streams like this every race weekend for races I don't go to in person. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Have a good, safe rest of your Sunday. Congrats, Tyler Reddick. And see all of you guys again next time.